Try to find the cast controls in Firefox. Hello. I'm trying to find the damn cast controls. They may not have any, which is weird. Whatever. Oh,
Mine eyes have seen injustice in each city, town, and state. Your jails are filled with black men, and your courts are white with hate. And with every bid for freedom, someone whispers to us, wait. But the movement's moving on. Move on over, or we'll move on over you. Move on over, or we'll move on over you. Move on over, or we'll move on over you. Oh, the movement's moving on. It is you who are subversive. You're the killers of the dream. In a savage world of bandits, it is you who are extreme. And you never take your earmuffs off, nor listen when we scream. The movement's moving on. Your dove of peace with bloody beak sinks talons in a child. You bend the olive branch to make a bow, then with a smile you string it with a lynch rope. You've been hiding all the while, but the movement's moving on. You conspire to keep us silent in the field and in the slum. You promise us the vote, then sing us we shall overcome. Hey, but John Brown knew what freedom was, and he died to win us some. The movement's moving on. Last time the chorus together, Pete. Move on over, or we'll move on over you. Move on over, or we'll move on over you. Move on over, or we'll move on over you. Oh, the movement's moving on. I declare my independence from the coward and the knave. I declare my independence from the fool and from the slave. I declare that I will fight for right and fear no jail nor grave.
what a banger. I have to do it here. That's annoying. Hiya. Oh my god. That's loud. Isn't it? That's loud. Okay. Ooh. Welcome back, me. In case it's not obvious, I had to switch off of Brave because it just started acting really fucking weird. I think it had to do with the fact that my hardware acceleration just never worked for Brave for some reason. And then I picked like an different OpenGL framework thing, and then I tried picking D3, 9, or 11 or something. But it just started glitching out like insane. So then I was like, all right, backing back out. And Firefox has been pretty good. It does have tab groupings. I didn't realize that before. But it doesn't seem to have a cast option. So that's weird. I usually just cast not my window, but my actual monitor, the thing behind me. Just so that way when I'm on this scene, you can still see a little bit of what we were just talking about, like blurred out in the background. I thought that was a fun little thing, just because I'm in the living room. I have a TV behind me. Might as well get some use out of it. And the rapidly changing artwork, I guess, is fine. It's just kind of weird. And every now and then, it catches my attention at the corner of my eye when I see my OBS window and I see something change. I'm like, huh? Oh, wait, it's just the picture behind me changing. Or the light it casts on the monitors will be, like, very different, and it's like, what? Oh, that's not my actual display, but the thing behind me. Also, I tried a little bit of medical marijuana the other day, but it messed up things. Like right now, I'm on like 2.5 hours of sleep. Kind of weird, but I'm good. Like, it's weird. It's like a sub-hibernative state. So I wasn't really expelling that much energy, but it was like, unfortunately, it was like just enough to be like right at 1 o'clock when I wanted to go live. I'm like, I need like a second, and then it just took a little bit longer to wake up from. But otherwise, everything else should be pretty much caught up. Looking forward to the weekend. Weird little boop here. Yeah. Let me take a look at my vids. Oh, one nice thing about Firefox, at least with the whatever thing I have attached. Okay, I can turn the glasses off. These are like $5 glasses I bought from AliExpress or something. I can look up the actual price. I had heard of Pit Vipers, but apparently they're like super expensive. So the real ones are probably nicer or something, but these are pretty plasticky. They have like little clicks of extension for the ears. So that way a small-headed person like Kara, my wife, she can wear it nice and short, and then a big-ass head like myself. And my brother, well, he'll have to just deal because his head's even bigger than mine. Also, the arms have like little like clicking points. As long as I don't fucking bust it, but they like rotate. So I guess like while you're wearing them, you can like, oh, and then like, whoa, bro! Oh my god, dog! Hey, whoa, hey, whoa! I don't know, like, what's the point of that, other than to like angle them down on your nose, like if your bridge of your nose is weird. I don't know. Instead of being straight up, it can be more. I don't know. The real mechanism is probably nicer on the super expensive ones, assuming that they are, in fact, actually expensive. But maybe they're not even nicer. I mean, that's the world we live in. The same plastic crap you buy from the same factory. Ugh. I just got them because I knew that they were a meme, and they kind of look like Macho Man's glasses, but then... you know, whatever. The world's less serious than ever before. Yeah. There's one interesting thing. So like when I change tabs, it automatically pictures in pictures the previous source now, which is interesting. I guess I can pause things before I change them over. But when I change back off of it, it could be on a different monitor, but it would still picture and picture it. But then I guess I could pause it from here and have control over it. So that way the music's ready to play when I need to, which is could be useful. It was just weird when I was setting up my YouTube side streams and then I like changed tabs and all of a sudden my own stream was popping up over there and I'm like, huh? I'm like, oh, that's like the small preview window of my own stream inside of a web browser. Right, that's gonna make that complicated. But I think you can only show one video at a time from YouTube anyway, so it probably won't cause a problem. But I do really like that the pop-out controls actually have volume on them, because usually the native pop-out controls, they don't give you any of this kind of stuff. 5 after, 5 before. This is great. So I'm just playing around with some new setup. I mean, I used to be a Firefox guy way back in the day when Firefox was like Mozilla Firefox, right? It was Mozilla first, then Firefox later. Yeah, I just also all that folk music we were playing the other day kind of got me into just feeling a little folksy. So I looked through some of the playlists of things that have like folksier songs that I kind of liked from the previous stuff that I'd seen before for some other things. So I figured I would use those as like starting the stream songs. I'm looking for my day's playlist. There we go. We can go with I'm not sure what people in the mood for. Veritasium is a channel that was kind of like a big fancy science channel for a while. And they seem to get kind of bought out by like I don't really remember the group specifically. I don't know if it was the same Bill and Melinda Gates thing or if they were just kind of like there was some video that I remember being a little weirded out by the thumbnail, and then I saw like a not like a takedown, but more or less like a check it out. These channels aren't what they used to be kind of thing. Ice cream sandwich. Oh, ice cream sandwich is good. You're right. We can go with ice cream sandwich as a nice starter. But I like that the video does not autoplay now. So not only does it give you a nice little picture of like the thumbnail, just because that's just nice to have. Oh, this is still happening. Where like my pop-out chat box is like scaled or something, and all my text is like crunchy, and I don't know what started it. And then I was thinking that maybe because my default browser was Brave, that it was doing that. What if I click this? See, like when I click the chat window, it opens up its own OBS browser window, and I don't know how. I don't remember if that used to always happen or not, but I feel like I wanted it to be a pop out of my actual browser, not the OBS browser, because I think there's like hardware acceleration and also I've thought about how like there's personal enjoyment, just fun, whatever, right? Super speed or flying is like, I think flying is like just the most obvious, like it's very practical to be able to fly. It's also fucking awesome to be able to fly because like it'd be sick to just zoom around the skies and it'd be like fun, right? And also useful, assuming that it takes no effort to just kind of like move through space. But if it's like a bird where you gotta flap your wings and you're like, oh, I gotta get in shape for this, like that sucks. Because I could run right now, but that's like hard. So I don't run very fast because of that. That's right. Let me just grab this. So, but then also like teleportation would be like insane. You can also like not you could like do all kinds of like, oh wow, we could solve a lot of the world's problems, you know, just teleport to Netanyahu, then teleport to The Hague. Boom, easy, right? Like lots of things you could do. Just you could make, you know, you could just like, and also if you're just, you know, oh, I'm a rising grinder, I'm a business. You just go, I will deliver your product wherever it needs to go. Give me your box. You just teleport to the place. All right, that'll be. You want it right this second? All right, that'll be $1,000. Okay, thanks. You know, okay. Here's your receipt. You know, sign here. Like, if you just needed to make money, yeah, give me your. You know, you would have to build up through word of mouth because no one would believe you, but the results speak for themselves, you know. But then also like, oh wow, I can like wear a spacesuit and then teleport to Mars, maybe collect samples for scientists. I could teleport to an underground cave and save a lot, you know. Like teleporting seems like a pretty practical one that you could definitely make use of it. And honestly, with gravity, you could pretty much kill anybody you want to. Grab somebody, teleport 2 miles into the sky, and then teleport back to the Earth, and you're like, all right, goodbye. You know, goodbye. You lose. You know, unless they fly, I guess. But like even then, like there's certain things that you could. It just seems kind of OP. But also like, do you accidentally teleport into the Earth or into a wall? Like there's actual air molecules where I am. Do they like displace and fly away at the speed of, you know, I don't know, something else? Like, or do they accidentally slice through my own, you know, how does telefragging work? Too many questions to ask for a superpower thing.
Are superpowers with side effects still worth it? This is a question scholars have been wondering for centuries.
Okay.
What?
I'm noticing the setting for there's a setting on this like better YouTube thing. Yeah, it's definitely quiet. Hide shadow all around player bar. Undo that. Refresh page. Because it's so white, I could not see it. I could not see what the volume was. So that's what the whole point of this is, to have that. Also, let me turn this on. Put that in the bottom corner. It seems like it needs to be really loud. YouTube mixing.
Are superpowers with side effects still worth it? This is a question scholars have been wondering for centuries.
What? No, we haven't.
Which is why I decided to look into it. I asked you to choose a superpower. I want flying, but the top reply is the side effect. You're only a flying head.
Sorry. Are we cool?
I said
No.
sorry. So for example, I want telekinesis. Very, very much. I think I would, if I had telekinesis, abuse that power to the max.
Okay. When I was a kid, I used to think I would love to be Spider-Man, but I would be fat. But I would have ripped upper body. Because I would just be like spider webbing around everywhere, swinging and like pulling myself up, but I wouldn't use my legs. So I'd have these two little atrophied little like dangly little like bones. But then like a huge gut, and then but a ripped upper body, right? Total dad bod.
Max? Yeah, that's right. Come to Papa. And if I'd only move burger. Oh, you think you're funny, don't you? Well, watch this. Yeah, that's right. Come to Papa. You think you've bested this power, but I have produced an idea. Obviously, telekinesis isn't very good if you can only control burgers. Even if you want to control the burgers to then control other objects. But then I'd be producing a lot of burgers. I don't want to keep going to the grocery store to buy more burger meat. Do you guys have like a vat of meat? Yeah, burger packs are in aisle 3. No, like, not like a packet, but like a vat. That would be a huge pain. But then I got the idea, what if I submerged the burger in resin like that one hot dog, and that the burger could last forever? And in addition to that, the resin could be any shape, such as burger in resin shaped like a spoon, or burger in resin in the shape of a hook.
So is this but then your power is only as strong as the resin that you have. Is this just finding loopholes around the side effects? Because I guess that's the natural order of things, because the side effect is there to ruin your day. Be like, well, it's still a power. Hold on, let me think here.
We could get really creative. I could be casting
But it's like in Australia, they call a chicken sandwich a chicken burger. So like the idea of what a burger is. Burger is resin in the shape of a bullet. I mean, what is a frozen burger? Why couldn't you have a novelty metal cased thing? Oh yeah. I mean, like telekinesis, you could imply that you could move the blood out of their heart, and then they just, or like out of their brain, just move the blood, like they just immediately black out. They just like infinite G's, and then just lights out, baby. It's lots of things seem pretty good when you have random powers. Good thing we don't have any world leaders that frequent McDonald's. Yeah. And like when someone takes a bite of a burger, is the burger inside of them? Because then you're doing like the Magneto thing from that early X-Men movie where you go, oh, you have a lot of iron in your blood, young man. And you just rip the blood from their body like metal.
Multiple shapes with multiple burgers, creating machinations only limited by my imagination. Let's rock and roll, baby! It's time to rock and roll. You thought you were funny. You have failed.
I mean, you could just have a bucket with burgers in it, and then you float in the bucket because you could fly.
To limit my powers. And now you will face the consequences. Oh, man. I would say, yes, this power is still worth it with a side effect. Write that one down, scholars. Who are you? Let's see if you have...
Well, I mean, even like... even if it is as limited as possible, it's still more powerful than not being able to.
What it takes to ruin this next power. Satisfying. I'm an ASMR channel now. You can bring any character you want to life. Okay. I'm gonna make a character named Griffin who has wings, and we're best friends, and is magic also, and can do kickflips. Do a kickflip. Awesome. Very interested to see the side effect that would ruin this. They hate you.
Griffin? Is this true?
Okay, that's fine. We're not friends anymore. I'm gonna make another character who is really cool and excels at baseball and is a demon and is your enemy, so you know how it feels.
You know, they say an enemy of an enemy is my friend. Wise words.
Seriously? I'll admit it. I don't think this power is fun with this consequence. If everyone hates me, then they're all gonna gang up on me. Ow, 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 ow. Like, if there's no consequences with this power, what's stopping me from, like, making a genie character who grants unlimited wishes? But now, if he hated me, I would have a lot of trouble trusting him. Unless... character who is irredeemably evil and a threat to this world, who is a burger.
Careful. Whoa.
Which then I can, eat it.
Yes, eat me and become the very thing you sought to defeat.
I don't like this power anymore. You guys can hang out. I'm gonna leave. You guys suck. Those guys were a bunch of jerks anyway, but not as much of a jerk as I'm about to be. This video is sponsored by Opera Browser. Wow, the internet. I wish there was some
browser?
way to easily access it. If only there was some way to... Oh, would you look at that? With Opera, you can browse with ease. But not only that, it has features. Features such as video pop-out to watch incredible videos while doing your taxes or whatever you're up to. You can drag it over here,
I'm having a hard time focusing, to be honest.
over here. There's also a music player built right
No
into the
volume on
browser
that.
for listening to the best music for pumping you up. Aw, yeah, that's the beats. You can connect to services like Spotify, Tidal, YouTube Music, and it auto-pauses when you want to watch incredible videos. This is a perfect feature for people who hate clicking more than 2 times. Woo! When I'm browsing, I like to have more tabs open than there are stars in the sky. So Opera's Tab Island and Tab Traces features are fantastic. Tab Islands allows you to group your tabs, so you can have groups for like shopping and studying, and you can collapse them, so now you know exactly where to find everything. And Tab Traces visually shows you which tab you last visited by showing you an underline that fades the older it gets, so retracing your steps is easier. Now where did that tab go? Here it is. Yeah, that's the stuff. Experience all these features by downloading Opera at the link in the description today. Thanks Opera for sponsoring this video.
I mean, a free browser having ads to get people to download the browser. Suspicious. I assume it's because they collect data and then sell it like all the other products that are like you're the product, right? That's the classic.
Next power. The ability to heal anything with the mind. This power is dangerous, mostly because you would either be sought after by world governments seeking to obtain your power, or you'd end up being the leader of a cult, but despite the risks, it's an amazing power to have. Anytime you stub your toe, it's fine. If you fall off the roof, and then stub your toe in the process, it's fine. Or if you explode, actually I don't think you'd survive that. But if you were far enough away, and then you stub your toe, then that's fine. Life would be way easier. But with the side effect, would it still be worth it? God, come on. Almost got it. Let me try. Give me a second. There we go. You can only ever do it immediately after eating a bowl of grass clippings. You are terrible. Funny, but terrible. First of all, this makes using the power really awkward. Somebody, we need a doctor. Who needs help? This guy's hurt. He needs help. I'm hurt. I need help. Don't worry, guys. I got this. Why are you eating grass?
doing?
What are you
What
doing?
are you doing?
What
I'm
are you
working on it.
doing?
I'm working on it.
On top of that, you cannot let it get out that you have this power because it's limited to how much grass you can eat a day, which is not nutritional, by the way. You can't subsist off of grass. You have to eat other things.
We only have
Trust me.
one stomach.
Been down
We
that
can't
road.
do it.
So if you're trying to keep a low profile, eating the grass kind of makes you suspicious. We have incredible news, Ron. Just as the evil sentient burger that's been on the loose attacked this child, we thought it was all but over for the child. But soon after the burger fled the scene, the child made a miraculous recovery. With us are some bystanders who witnessed the miracle. I don't know how that kid's alive. He was hit full force with a freeze ray. You don't walk away from that unscathed. After Burgermeister Burger Monster escaped, he just stood up like nothing happened. Yeah, it was crazy. I don't know what happened. I vote this power is still very worth it, despite...
Because yeah, but like, I mean, spirit of the rule as far as the monkey paw goes, you probably have to chew it up. Because like, what do they mean by eat, right? Like, do you need, like, is it not just there to be annoying for you, and you actually need to somehow dissolve the grass chlorophyll energy to then manifest your power? Because otherwise you just put it all into like a giant pill and then you just swallow it and you go, I ate the grass, whatever a bowl's worth is. Now I'm allowed to do one miracle. Great, right? But I assume the grass is important, but then how is it just chewing, or is it defecating? Like when does it count as eating?
You have to be on a low profile. It's gross to eat grass, and this really only works during the spring and summer. It's still worth it because it's not nothing.
I mean, if you live in Florida, there's grass all year round. Sometimes it's not as much, but it's still here.
It's just kind of a bummer. You ruined it a little bit. The ability to completely forget about a show you've watched so you can re-experience it as if it was the first time. I did this
Dementia.
already. Where am I? This power sounds cool at first, but this kind of sounds like purgatory a little bit. You'll just watch the show, forget that you watched it, watch it again, forget that you watched it. Months roll by, years roll by, and you're an old man before you know it. Where did the time go? You don't remember it? I remember the first time I saw the season finale for Severance Season 1. Did it feel amazing? Yeah-huh. Do I wish I could watch the show and feel the same way again? Yeah-huh. But if you haven't seen Adam Sandler's 2006 fantasy comedy film Click, I feel as if there is an important and relevant lesson in that movie. I think this power is a curse. So anyway, with that being said, let's see what the side effects.
I forget if I watched it either with Kara or on a stream, but the movie Click did not age well. It was seen as this like emotional forget, careful what you wish for movie, but it was just kind of a weird misogyny thing. Yeah. There's no like, Superman Red Sun comic that you would want to experience for the first time again. There's not a Batwoman show that would be worth it. Still one of his least sexist movies. Yeah. It was kind of bizarre. Because there was like an element. I mean, I guess it could be there for the comedy element, but there was like this child that he was bullying, and then you find out later in life there's different things, but then the message never changes, and it's still just about fucking that, and like I hate that guy or whatever. The way that he perceives his wife and or his daughter through time, and the different impacts of what the fast forwarding and rewinding does to it, and then the lens that puts it in, all the different stuff. Yeah, I've never seen 31st Dates. Is that the one where it's like they don't remember the next day, and then every day is a new, but the other guy is trying to like make them remember him or something? That's the premise. Yeah. Wasn't like 100 first date, or was it just 30? I mean, I forget the number, I guess.
Fact is, you immediately lose interest before you watch the show. I did that already with video games. Where am I? Because I consider the power a curse, you kind of made it better, which is the opposite of what we were trying to do here. I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to, smoke bomb!
Oh my god.
It's not working. Smoke bomb! The ability to have your art come out exactly as you imagined it. Yes, I can see it now. The trees, the river, the luscious flowers, masterful composition. You can only draw pictures of Will Smith. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you ruined it. You've ruined a totally perfect superpower. Congratulations. If you need me, I'll be in my room. The ability to mimic anything. Ooh, I like this one. I've always been fond of the idea of like shape-shifting. I'm a big fan of Ditto from Pokemon. He's cute. But what I think it's still cool with a side effect. You lose your true self and have no unique form. If I'm understanding
Haha. I am formless. I'm not out of shape. I've never had a shape. I'm shapeless.
this correctly, is that so bad? I don't know, that doesn't sound too bad. Having no unique form kind of makes me have a unique form. Hey, I'm looking for a guy named Andy. Do you know who that is? Oh yeah, it's the guy with no unique form over there. Hello. Sure, I lose my unique form.
That's such a powerful message. That's just like, that alone should just be its own thing. What counts as a Will Smith? Just like it's like a one sentence poem. You know what I mean? It encapsulates so much. Because I was thinking how this tree is just an incredibly tight, and you know, like the bark is the many fingers of an elongated Will Smith here, and the sky is an incredibly stretched, placid, smooth Will Smith. And then each cloud is a balled up, crumpled gray mass of Will Smith, and every blade of grass is one Will Smith going woo, whatever, right? Or yeah, just one tiny little Will Smith in the edges somewhere.
At the end of the day, but I could also fly. And of course, if I can mimic abilities, say hello to the world's best hacker. What are you hacking? Nothing. Someone ordered 1 trillion Dr. Peppers? You know that joke's getting a little old. I like them! The ability to turn invisible when nobody's looking. That's not a superpower. That's just being a guy. That's just a guy. Ooh, I'm invisible. I don't look at me. What? Look away. Okay, now look at me. Wait, okay.
I assumed it meant, oh my God. I assumed it meant that you can't activate stealth if someone's seeing you, but as long as you were obscured from all vision, then you're allowed to then go invisible. Which, does a cat count? Does a fucking amoeba count? Like, what do you mean? Does the dust mite on your face count?
But you're being looked at 24/7. You didn't even ruin a superpower. This is a curse. I mean, do you mind? I'm trying to just be by myself.
It's my job.
The ability to appear in an ice cream sandwich video. But he hates you. Wow, I really hate this guy. Thanks for watching. I hope everybody learned something. Scholars. Security. Don't forget to subscribe.
Always cute. Always cute, these videos, I swear. Easier than ever to hit play on my video because it's sitting over here looking at me, staring at me. Yeah, so now I'll clear that. Oh, it's in here. This is one I thought Kara might find interesting just because I don't know, maybe she's seen it before, I'm not sure. Or she's seen it in some other way. Interesting that the new problem that comes from that. Yeah.
This is Citicorp Center. In the
Boy, Jesus Christ.
For less than a year, when its structural engineer.
Holy fuck, I apologize. Okay, holy shit. Volume. I thought there was a normalize option. Loudness normalization. This should be on already. Why is this not normalizing the loudness? Whatever. Maybe it's making things worse.
His cutting-edge skyscraper, an engineering marvel.
Okay, restart it.
This is Citicorp Center. In the summer of 1978, it had been open for less than a year when its structural engineer Bill LeMessurier made a terrifying discovery. His cutting-edge skyscraper, an engineering marvel, had a fatal flaw. Winds of just 110 kilometers per hour could cause it to collapse in the middle of Manhattan, potentially killing thousands. Over 200,000 people lived and worked in the surrounding area, and hurricane season was only weeks away.
Here I am, the only man in the world who knew this.
So he made sure to alert the authorities and to have as many people evacuate that area, right? You would think that would be.
This thing is in real trouble.
LeMessurier faced a stark choice. He could stay silent and hope for the best, or he could try to fix it and risk professional ruin and mass panic. But Citicorp Center had a 100% probability of total collapse by the end of the century. How could he save New York from a near-certain disaster? And how was this allowed in the first place? Veritasium producer and engineer Henry Van Dyke traveled to New York to investigate further.
So in the 1960s, the financial giant Citicorp was trying to build a new headquarters in Manhattan. So just down the street from their original headquarters was this entire city block, which was up for sale. Well, everything except for this church, St. Peter's. So Citicorp came to the pastor, Ralph Peterson, and asked, "What's it going to take for you guys to leave?" And he came back and said, "We're not leaving. Anything that Citicorp builds has to involve the church as part of it." What the pastor wanted was for the church to have its own separate identity. So eventually they agreed on two things. One was to replace this old, crumbling Gothic church with a brand
Who needs that old historical Gothic? Gross. Get it out of here.
new one, which you see in front of you. And the second thing was that the church had to be physically distinct from the new tower.
In other words, it had to be completely independent. And again, most importantly, 2/3 of the space above the church had to be free and clear, had to be open.
Citicorp then hired architect Hugh Stubbins to design the tower and the church, and Bill LeMessurier as the structural engineer. Stubbins explained the constraints they faced.
I mean, there's so many things going on there between how the company was able to sort of skirt around the rules of the church, but then also how the church was allowed to have rules to make it separate from other things to begin with, and just there's layers and layers of regulation, and then, you know, favoritism, but then also greasing wheels, but then also it is just like, oh my, you know. in most people's planned societies, I feel like none of those things would have come up, but they all happened at once and came up.
The church needed to be in the exact same spot, and they needed to build the tower around it. If they were to maximize the floor area, they would have to notch out one corner of the tower for the church. LeMessurier agreed that could work, but why not notch 2, 3, or even all 4 corners, essentially constructing the skyscraper on stilts?
So it's probably the first time in history that an engineer has come to an architect and said, "Let's make our job harder for us."
The stilts
I don't understand why the goal would be like, okay, notch one corner out. That should be fine. But wait, what if we notch every corner out? I mean, I guess it's for design purposes, but because the one corner they weren't able to build on, they decided to then build on no corners, because that'll be interesting.
Stilts would serve 2 main purposes. First, they would need to support at least half of the building's gravity load. The rest would be held up by a larger central column. Second, they would need to withstand the load due to high winds. But unlike an
I don't like that buildings sway as much as they do when you're way up high. I know it's not supposed to be that noticeable, whatever, and I don't really remember it when we went to Manhattan. The only thing we really went to was that was a tall building, was Top of the Rock, which is the top of the 30 Rock thing, which is almost as tall as the Empire State Building or whatever, and like it's tall enough that it's insane. I don't really remember feeling like it was shaking, but maybe it wasn't a particularly windy day or something. I don't know. But I've heard that, you know, it can sway a certain amount, and you're like, how the fuck can this gigantic thing sway for 60 years straight and just be chill, right? But that's motherfucking engineers, right?
ordinary structure, the stilts wouldn't be at the corners. They would be at the center of each face.
Imagine a chair, and instead of the columns or the supports on each corner of the chair, it's at the midpoint of each side. Obviously, it's not an ideal situation.
It doesn't seem very stable.
Exactly. So it created an engineering problem.
As LeMessurier considered the problem, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He grabbed a napkin and sketched out an idea. He drew 6 layers of diagonal braces up each face of the tower. These chevrons would transfer the forces to the middle of each face and down to the stilts.
Now we have to see the gravity loads, right?
It would be really interesting, I guess, to see a chair with these chevron designs in order to see if it felt, because like 4 legs makes a chair stable. 4 equal distant legs make a chair stable. But if you put the chair legs on the faces instead of the corners, you're like, huh. And if you lean on a corner, you go, whoa, and you would like fall over because there's a gap in whatever there. Instead of creating large perpendicular pairs of strength, you have a smaller window of strength, and then on the diagonals you're beyond the center balance point of that strength line, so then that makes you tip over, is how I'm rudimentarily trying to describe it. That's probably not the actual words that a real scientist would use, but that's why it would make sense to me, why it would be weird. But it would be really weird to sit on something that ended up, I mean, I guess a stool is just a round thing with 4 legs. So if you just extend your stool seat to a flat square, you can then notice what it would feel like to have the legs be different, I guess.
But now here's the trick. The gravity loads are coming down the column. When they get to the brace, they need to find their way into the brace.
Okay.
So what you do is you take out that column right there. There is no way that load can jump over and go to that column. And now they're coming down into the braces. They get down to the bottom here, and now they continue to go down. You take that column out. It has nowhere to go except into the brace.
By removing the columns at the top and middle of each chevron, every tier acted as a separate unit. They were only connected to the braces and through the central core. So every 8 stories, half of the gravity load would be forced through the chevrons to the mid-face columns, leading down to the stilts.
Can you tell me how big of a new idea was this?
Yeah, well, this particular system was entirely unique, driven by the placement of the columns, driven by the conditions of the building.
Satisfied the chevrons could transfer the gravity load, LeMessurier turned his attention to the second problem, the wind. When wind hits the left side of a normal building with corner columns, the entire frame deforms like this. So to reduce this deformation, we could strengthen these joints. But there's a better way. Because beams and columns are much stronger in compression or tension than they are with bending loads. So if we add diagonal bracing, they can carry this horizontal load. The beams sort of act like springs, and when they're compressed, they push on the joints. When they're stretched, they pull inwards. With braces like these, the wind load compresses this diagonal and stretches this one.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense just because like certain things like super glue does not like rotational, like super glue loves to be pushed together and then try to be pulled apart, and it's very strong at resisting that. But like rotating it or I'm trying to think of the other force specifically, or like shearing force, like up and down, I guess is a little different. There's certain points when super glue is really good and certain points when it's bad because of the way that it bonds or whatever. Or like the classic balsa wood example where you have almost like a diving board of balsa wood, and if you press down on it, it would bend like a diving board would. But if you turned it on its side, the thin part, and you try to flex it the same way because it's going through all the different grain or whatever, I guess that just kind of is also because there's just that much more material on that one side. But certain things move in one direction but not the other direction as well. So utilizing the diagonal thing to work for that reason as well seems interesting.
The left column pulls down in tension, and the right column pushes up in compression. Where the braces meet, they both push the bottom beam to the right. This stretches the left side and compresses the right one. But this floor is the top of the next chevron, so this lower section is carrying the force from the layer above it, and the normal wind load.
Whoa, getting very like, I mean, like a little bit of like, okay, but then like a few more arrows are drawn. I'm like, I'm gonna trust you, and then it's like, yeah.
From the side. And this keeps happening at every chevron, so the wind load builds up as you go down the building. But Citicorp can't have corner columns like this because of the gravity load. So in the wind, this entire triangle wants to rotate like this. And to prevent that from...
Oh shit, I didn't realize that's how that break in the thing works. But of course, that makes sense because of what they were talking about earlier. So that's bad.
Happening, this chevron pulls down by going into tension, and the far chevron pushes up in compression. The top and bottom beams are again forced into compression and tension. The wind load ends up
Oh, that's crazy. Oh god, the more arrows. Oh god. So the original design, it's good because this would lean, but now this is there to block it. But now this is not there to block it. But because this would lean, that would then pull on this, which then pulls on the straight ones, which were originally getting bent before.
wrapping around the entire building. So every chevron works to transfer the wind load to the section below.
When we think about skyscrapers, like how big of a deal is wind?
If we made a skyscraper here, you know, out of all these different things, you push with your phone, you get a certain amount of force. But then you push on my phone as well with a certain amount of force, but your phone is also pushing on my phone. And so that's the shear in the building, what we call the building shear. It increases as you go down the building.
Oh, that's another really interesting thing to think about, because I'm always just thinking about torque and how it's easy to hold something close to you, but then when you reach out far away, it's harder because it's a longer arm of force, which is why you can use a wrench that's like a small wrench and you can only get so much force on it, but you have a very long wrench and you push down with the same force, you get so much more like multiplier to it. So I'm thinking that the top of the building gets pushed, it would then have that same lever action against it. But there's also the independent shearing force of each layer working against each other, which is a whole nother element of it, because it's not just one hammer or one wrench. It's a built up multiple layers of different pieces that create the wrench. Unless you like, I guess, independently smelt an entire building in one, you know, cast, which is not the way it works.
You know, at the 10th floor, you may have a smaller force than at the 60th floor, but the total force of the 10th floor is like carrying everything above it. So it's much bigger than what's going on at the 60th floor.
So these chevrons were key to Lemaitre's design, but the braces were massive, almost 40 meters long end to end. So even if you could fabricate a steel brace that long, there would be no way to get it through Manhattan. So instead, it was sent in pieces to be welded together on site. The chevron bracing solved the wind and gravity load issues, but it also created a different problem.
Because
And then, of course, you have to like make sure you do the correct math or whatever. Hey, I thought these beams aren't supposed to be there at the halfway point. What the fuck? You liars. Maybe it's not showing up that way. Like, because I was like, okay, well, if you weld a beam, how strong is it versus a solid beam, and the forces involved, and all the other math that goes into play.
Of the chevron bracing system, they were able to save a lot of money and weight. It was a lighter construct than most other buildings in New York. I think it was 22 pounds a square foot, which is very light. Unfortunately, that made the building swayable. It could move in the wind. That wasn't necessarily a structural problem. It was just, it could have been uncomfortable for the patrons.
The way they could solve this was just, let's add more structural steel and make it a lot stiffer. But the solution that Lemaitre came up with was far more elegant.
He adopted something that had been regularly...
What a useless cutaway shot to the guy just sitting there with bad outdoor audio to say this, when it could have just been like anything else. Like, why? I guess I'm hating from outside the club or whatever, but it's like, what the fuck? What was that point? What was the point of that?
Used in bridges, power lines, and ships, but never before in a building. A tuned mass damper, or TMD.
So we're here at Stark Laboratories, and I'm not with Iron Man, but instead the Columbia Space Initiative, a student team here on campus who...
They must get that shit all the time. That's gotta be the most annoying shit ever. Every Elon Musk simp is like,
has helped us build this incredible tuned mass damper kind of system.
We'll use this cart to represent a building. By pulling it back and releasing it, we can excite its resonant frequency.
And then we'll put on a little pendulum, aluminum rod, and a mass at the bottom.
As the building sways, it transfers some of its kinetic energy to the pendulum, which starts to swing. Then some of its energy is dissipated through friction at the hinge. The pendulum and the building oscillate out of phase from each other, so every time the building pulls the pendulum in a different direction, more energy is lost, significantly damping the sway of the tower. But this system needs to be carefully tuned so it has the same frequency as the building itself, and the right amount of friction. So first, the mass needs to be at least 1 to 5% of the building's weight to be effective, and we tune the frequency of the TMD by adjusting the length of the pendulum.
I assume engineers do math around this thing, but we're just doing it by feel.
Second,
Vibes.
by loosening or tightening the bolt, we can tune the amount of damping. We need to dissipate more energy from friction at the hinge to stop the swaying faster.
We just tighten this top bolt to make the whole system a little bit, add a little bit more resistance. And we'll see if we can dampen it now further.
Ooh, much different, yeah.
Yeah, that looked great. That was so quick.
Yeah, that was.
I feel like the pendulum swinging and then a physical resistance here might not be the most elegant, just because requiring a thing swinging inside, but there might be some other form. But hey, this is a better idea than I could have come up with, so.
It is cool when an experiment.
But I do love to be that guy who's like, wait a minute, thanks for doing a whole bunch of work, but let me come in and make one suggestion and then make something so much better. Nah, this is gay. I'm getting flashbacks to 2005. That's, yeah, observe a YouTube chatter. Trying to think now if any famous mathematicians were gay. I mean, I guess the Enigma code guy, the Enigma code breaker guy was gay. Benedict Cumberbatch playing some guy, I forget the guy's name. Alan Turing.
It works. Does not always happen.
There are many different types of TMDs, like pendulums, liquid columns, and a large
Liquid.
mass on springs. LeMessurier used this last one in Citicorp.
What you see is a mass of
Look at this.
concrete, which is 29 feet square and about 8 feet thick and weighs 400 tons.
It was installed on the top floor, and it's affectionately known as that great block of cheese. As Citicorp sways to one side, the block starts to move in the same direction. Some energy is dissipated through separate viscous dampers. Citicorp's oscillations are damped through those energy losses as the block oscillates out of phase to the building's motion.
Yeah, I think that's super cool. Taiwan has... Are you talking about homosexual math, or are you talking about dampers for buildings that sway? A giant sphere for dampers, I'm assuming. Or a giant sphere for being gay. I'm not sure yet.
LeMessurier expected the damper to reduce the amplitude of swaying by roughly 50%,
sorry.
and he saved around $4 million by not needing an additional 2,800 tons of structural steel. With both the chevron bracing to channel 4.
I know there's a bean in Chicago, but I don't know if beans are gay, right? Because people like to pretend that the bean is like a clitoris, but I guess if you're a lady, that's gay. That bean is homophobic. Oh, so that's like opposite of gay. So is homophobic straight, or is homophobic its own thing? So now we're getting, they are if you're a woman, yeah. So now we're getting into the complicated ethics of being homophobia.
Forces to the stilts, and the tuned mass
That's true. There is internalized homophobia, or just, you know, with log cabin Republicans, right? Boom, instantly. The guy from the Babylon Bee, Benny Johnson, you know? Like Uncle Ruckus, but gay. Right, yeah. I mean, right. Like, everyone loves to say, what's his name? Lindsey Graham, right? Boom, instantly.
Damper to reduce sway, Lemessurier was convinced the building was structurally sound. On Citicorp Center's opening day in
That's the map.
1977, it was the 11th tallest building in the world.
Hold this L. Why even bother? When I was a kid, it was like, oh, tallest building was the Sears Tower, which I guess now is called the Willis Tower or whatever. Like, I cared. I thought that was it. And if you're going to make a new building, you better just make a taller one because, of course, you would. But that's kind of a dumb thing because who cares? Oh my God, you are on Twitch. That is gay. I mean, I'm on YouTube and Twitch, technically, right? Also, what do you mean? I mean, I guess I assume you're just here to try to be as, yeah, it balances out. That's right. You're just trying to be as, you know, shocking as possible or whatever, but.
It was described by the press as an acrobatic act of
You mean the Willis Tower? Get it right?
architecture. Later, the American Institute of Architects even gave it an honor award, calling it a tour de force as a stylish silhouette in the skyline, and for the pedestrian, a hovering cantilevered hulk.
So then it's going swimmingly for years, right?
Well, it's going swimmingly for a
Just coming in to call everything gay and then to say you suck. This is gay. It's like, okay, great, thanks. Yeah. Oh man, Destiny made me. Then Destiny didn't do shit. Destiny, like, I'm over here with 3 viewers. Like, Destiny, get your fucking, you know, it's got no clout if you can't get my ass somewhere. Oh man. He didn't do shit. Yes, that is true. Are his glasses homosexual? Are they bean shaped? They don't look like a bean. There is that. There is that concern, slash straight up evidence or whatever. It's kind of crazy because I live in Florida, and they love to be all like, we're going to give you the right to run over protesters in your truck. But also incredibly credible evidence of pedophilia and or sexual abuse or whatever, or CSAM or whatever, and it's just like, oh yeah, we won't look into that at all, you know. And it's like, oh, interesting. Destiny and Asmongold also need to be banned. I mean, Destiny is banned on Twitch. Asmongold is not banned on Twitch. I don't know if the rotting rat alarm clock is a terms of service violation, but it's one of those, like, it doesn't pass the vibe check, that's for sure. I don't understand what Jesus Cow said next. Come on, Destiny, a black woman. I don't understand what that means. I can't even understand a reference or a joke specifically, other than just trying to be gross or whatever. Weird. I think it would be pretty depressing to have to go around at what is approximately 4 a.m. on the East Coast to just small streams and then say gross things just for the sake of it. Hopefully you find purpose in life, and hopefully one day you'll have healthcare through Medicare for all or something, man. But, you know, honestly, I worry about you as much as I can for a weird stranger who's trying to derail things and be gross. But I mean, I grew up in Florida. I've had my own air quote journey. I consider myself a recovering dumbass. As one of the things I probably say too often at this point. But so yeah, there's hope out there, but I don't know. It's just like how I can go on a diet, but if I don't actually want to lose weight, it ain't gonna happen. Or if a person tries to quit drinking but doesn't actually want to, they're not gonna quit drinking, right? It's just kind of that same thing. The M dashes make it for sure, as well as the very specific. Just I don't know the weird tone that they have. Anyway, back to the gay glasses.
But the first hint of trouble came in May 1978. LeMessurier was talking with another client about welding similar chevron braces.
The architect and the steel fabricator said, tell me, how did those welded braces work out? Seems like overkill, they thought. And LeMessurier said,
It seems like overkill. Why do you need to fucking weld those things out here? You're a bunch of pussies. And it's like, dog, do you understand what these fucking beams are doing? They're doing the fucking wind shear force. They're doing the fucking load down the center. These beams are everything right now. Seems like you're a pussy.
yeah, they were fine. Let me call my guys in New York and I'll check. So he put the call into his office in New York and they say, oh, Bill, didn't you know? We bolted those connections.
The contractor had suggested saving $250,000 by using bolts.
Ooh, the contractor. Oh, the contractor. He's like, what's up with all these gay welds? I could do that with a few bolts. Come on. Let's save $250,000 in this gigantic skyscraper, 11th tallest building in America or whatever. Just save $250,000, like, which is basically nothing. I want you to explain how you described this person. This is the first message flying in here. And did you hear about that blank dude? What does that mean? What do you mean when you say that? What is that their name? Is that their person's actual name? Explain what that means. I'm pretty sure you're just being insanely racist. To the point that my heart is like beating differently. Like I'm actually shocked, which is stupid and like lame of me to be like so shocked. But like, some days we don't get many people in, but some days we get a lot of new people in, which is, I guess, good, but also confusing when they just want to. Okay. Hear about that in his semi. 3 people U-turn Florida. The name is Singh. But I don't see them saying the first name at all. Two vehicle crash involved a minivan, a commercial semi-truck, and trailer. Attempted to make a U-turn in an unauthorized location, leading to the death of all three people in the minivan. Sounds like a company noticing an incredibly low volume of truck labor. Because I'm not sure if you're aware, but truck labor drivers, that's a dying industry. It's been going down for a while. And they're deporting this person. So that has to imply that the person would be considered undocumented and or on some sort of visa that could be violated through, like a work visa violated through crimes or something. But God knows the corporation that is paying to ship these things wants to make it seem like it's not their fault, but, or one of the accidents that can happen. It's one of those things. I know it was Dirk Meat or something. You know it was, or something similar, so you don't know what it was. If
Cheese Gimbap 21 said.
Oh jeez. Wait, did I
Shows
click
it
on
on video too?
Shows it on video too. Then I feel like what you should be more mad about would be the company that would hire somebody to drive a vehicle across such distances. And yet there's no one mad at the company. Right? This person applies for a job and they say you're qualified, and the person can't speak English, right? Which you consider to be a problem, which shouldn't be a problem technically, but this person apparently cannot identify road signs, right? According to the evidence at large. How could the commercial trucking company then allow somebody to do long haul trucks across our country, right? For profit? Because they could pay this person very little because they know this person might not be qualified, but they're willing to just skirt it under the rug. And then if there's ever a problem, they can just call in ICE and take care of it, right? Because then it's not their problem anymore. It's these goddamn illegals that we hire and we pay under the table or we pay in small amounts. And then whenever there's a problem, it's them. They're the criminal, not us, right? That should be the bigger concern, because one is just one person kind of like lying on a resume or something. But the other is the failing and the systemic failing of an entire industry trying to just make that fucking profit, right? That's what people should be more mad at. Whenever people point at the people who work in the fields and say, if only they did it the right way, then they'd be allowed to pick the crops. But like, you should be more mad at the fucking places that are hiring these people, right? Like that would be the place that you should be mad. If you're mad about these stealing jobs, then you should be mad. It should be like, well, then these job places should be caring about actually like making sure these people are actually what they say they care about, but they don't. Because they know that they can get away with fucking slave labor. And that's basically seems to be what Goat is also saying. Just reading back on a few messages here. Look up on the story and read it all. I did look up the story. Just because I wanted to see if I could find the name. I don't need to see a video of someone dying or 3 people dying. I don't need to see it. A blank, stupid look. Okay, just I'm literally I've banned you before, Cheese, right? For being a weirdo instigator for no reason. I need to clear the messages. I guess I got done on here. And you saying they have a blank look on their face. I mean, the inhumanity that you're showing to another person. I mean, do you think this person wanted to kill somebody? Because then you would think that maybe you would have an expression of glee or something. But like shock, you know, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. Kind of, you don't get the fucking body language experts through some garbage CCTV TV camera inside of a truck or whatever. You come in here immediately saying some gross shit, trying to, oh man, it's, I mean, like you know what you're doing, right? Because like I don't have to like convince myself, like you know what it is you're doing, and you're just trying. Oh man, I'm just losing faith in humanity to some degree. I hope that whatever anxieties that lead you to be the piece of shit that you're being would be solved when social safety nets are set up. I mean, it will never solve 100%, but that disdain for the other, your fellow man, to specifically dehumanize another like that. It's upsetting. And yeah, Box is right. Especially America has leaned heavily on our immigrant workforce to keep us afloat. And I'm not saying immigrants shouldn't work. I'm just saying these places should pay them and give them proper protections. Instead of these people being able to file, you know, oh, you haven't paid me my wages, or you docked my pay unfairly without, you know, agreement or something. Or, you know, you never paid for my overtime or something. Instead of being able to complain about that, they just get ICE called on themselves. That they get a slap on the wrist fine for hiring people without doing due diligence or whatever. And then they just do it again. People file like physical abuse or sexual harassment claims. And they go, this is too messy. Let's just call ICE and clean them all out and get the next batch in. Like, that's using disposable human beings a la the robber barons, because they don't want to pay for machines that can harvest crops effectively, or pay labor effectively, or give them proper safety protections effectively. They just want to continue making as much profit as possible, even though they are heavily subsidized. The farming industry specifically is incredibly subsidized by the American tax dollar. It's one of the things we do because it's a fucking planned economy. They just pretend that it's not. And it's planned to go to those companies' pockets that then keep it. You know what I mean? You know, think back to COVID when we had the ability to wipe out childhood poverty, pay people. But all we ended up doing is doing PPP loans to fucking companies and then let them have a blank check and say, we really hope you'll keep your employees on staff. Fired, foreload, gone. Buying back our own stocks because all stocks are down right now. Hooray! Bubble grows. Yeah. True. No, I mean, China has the... I mean, I was talking to Kara yesterday, but maybe they still technically call it communism, but it's like socialism with Chinese characteristics, or communism with Chinese characteristics, whatever. Like, there's like more billionaires in China than it is in America, and yet they could still somehow manage to care about the everyday person and improve their lives, infrastructure, quality of life, years of life extended on average, number of people pulled out of poverty, just nonstop going up, leading in every industry basically they wanted to. Yeah, that's how I understand it as well, right? Hong Kong is its own. Yeah, that's something that I guess at one point I wouldn't mind learning about, because Hong Kong was technically still owned by the British, and then there's like a 15 or 10-year plan to slowly bring it back over, right? So like, and then also I've looked into the Uyghur thing, and there's like even all the different like international rights organizations that call out genocides have no longer called that a genocide specifically. The camps that they had, right? The re-education things, whatever it was, didn't sound like they were good, but they definitely weren't what, I mean, not to like run defense for camps or whatever, but we imagine it as the thing that we've been trained to analyze it as, right? We've been told that it's gross, it's all grass huts, they're brutal, evil people over there. So it's important to work against that bias, but also not just, you know, do your own Israel thing and say, well, when you know, genocide is such a strong word, right? But like dead people, it's not even an ethnic cleanse. It would be closer to an ethnic cleansing in the sense of like trying to change the culture or the like, but it's not like getting rid of the ethnic people because they still exist. It's you know, like, and again, like I could look into it deeper at some point, but I've been enlightened that that is not quite as, I mean, it makes sense based off all the other things that they've been wrong about, right? As far as the information being put out. You can't condemn the U.S. while saying the praises of China. Well, I could, and I do, because the U.S. significantly does way more damage than China has done. So that would be a fine reason to condemn the U.S. And that China has also done way more for people, so that'd be a great reason to sing the praises of China, even if China's not perfect, right? That's fine. I could do that because those two things are valid. You've been to Hong Kong, Macau, Beijing, and I've heard Guangzhou. One day I'll learn Mandarin. Actually, never, probably. Hong Kong's being reincorporated, right? It's also the worst place to live in China because it's very capitalist compared to the rest. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess depending upon how you define worst, right? Because if you're caked up, capitalism is great. Yeah, and also like some of the protests during Hong Kong were not like it was reported to us that they were like, fuck you, mainland China, we like Hong Kong or whatever. But then the details of the specifics at one point were like shown to be like not quite as cut and dry as that. So it's like, again, I think I can look into more at some point, but that's obviously not what we're talking about now. I'm trying to even remember how this even came up specifically. I think we brought up China for some reason. We talked about immigrants. I banned cheese for being a gross, instigating. They know what they're doing. Racist shithead. Xenophobic. I need to like turn on the setting that says people who are banned can't watch, because I don't need him constantly making sock accounts and trying to get around that shit. Like, that's technically band evasion. That should be IP banned or whatever. Trying to constantly come back into the chat in different fake accounts. I should look and see if I can find moderation. Ban shatters. These are just the bans from mostly just bots. Chat options. I don't worry about blocking hyperlinked. I might even just turn on all chatters must have a verified phone number, because that just fixes bot accounts in general. Verified email to follow, turn that shit on. Phone number to follow. Yeah. Stop ban users from viewing your stream. Yeah. Let's turn that shit on too. No verified phone number. You don't have one. Okay, well, they need to have an email at the very least. I'm not sure. At some point, probably. Is there like a save settings button, or maybe it just saves automatically? I don't remember doing it, but then again, my account is from 2011. So this one here specifically, Hong Kong is the only place in China, or used to be, where you're able to criticize the Chinese government. That's a thing that I was thinking about to some degree. And we're used to the government being these different parties, right? Because we have the Western version of government. We have, you know, the ups and downs, a lot of downs of our current form of governments, whatever. And then I was just thinking about, because they were talking about how the China kind of had, because there's a thing where like there's many parties, but nothing ever gets done in America, where in China there is one party, but things get done constantly, or change is enacted constantly, even like change in like the way the things kind of operate. Not even just like getting things checked off a list and done. And it made me think about how, like, if you thought about your community, right, your neighborhood as this body, but imagine if your neighborhood is the kind of two-party system that comes in and takes over your neighborhood specifically and creates this back and forth weird tug of war that then ultimately just doesn't really, you know, do things. Whereas if you think about the community, the neighborhood of people as just you yourselves, the one party that you are, it's easier to interface with it and then to hold it accountable. And that's why it is accountable. So like, I'm thinking about like the idea of like, don't criticize the government. It's almost kind of like how conservatives are like, why don't you love America kind of thing. And like, it's hard for me to deprogram the, I can criticize my government, right? Like that's, you know, one of the core tenets that we've been raised on. But also, like, I've been to protests and pickets and all kinds of things. I have the freedom to say, I don't like this. And then I can express that freedom, but it doesn't do anything, right? Like, I'm allowed to do it within my controlled cage of protest cage, away from the media in any reasonable light. And it's not even state-run media. It's corporate media. Like, they look at the fucking protesters, look at Zoran and say he's saying globalize the jihad, even though it wasn't even, he didn't say the thing, and it was intifada, not jihad. You know, all the different problems that, like, you know, corporate media, not even state-run media, could have. And it just makes you think to yourself, like, maybe the linchpin that I've always had of like, I like being able to criticize the government. It's different when the government is the people. You know, I could see how it could be different, but like, I mean, there's rules against protesting in Florida. I'm allowed to get run over by a truck if I protest Palestine, right? You can't get FEMA relief in Texas if you don't make a pledge to never say negative things about Israel. You know, you can't be a public school teacher in many places if you ever say negative things about Israel. So like the idea of free speech or the idea of can't criticize the government specifically is kind of as only as far as you think it is. And because you think it's here, you think it's powerful, but then it doesn't get anything done. You know, like when people literally storm the Capitol to speak against the government, they get pardoned and it's like, A-okay. It's just kind of like, I don't really see it as the same bastion as I used to, just because it's not doing it right now at all. But at one party says the government is bad, you're fucked. But that's like saying the people are bad, you're fucked, right? Because again, like that's your community, that's everyone, that's your family, that's your friends, that's, you know, you're yourself. Like it's a difficult thing to think about because you're used to it being specifics. A party that's there to work for their end. It's a team and versus a counter team. But when everybody's on the same team, it's not as adversarial directly. It's a different way to think about it because I get it. I'm just like you. Blue v red, occasionally green, LOL, like, right? Like that's the whole thing, but it's that whole styling is gone. The Tiananmen Square protests led to thousands being run over by tanks. What do you think about the Penn State thing? What do you think about the MOVE bombing? What do you think about just how like 1,000 people are killed by police every year, or like what specifically are you mad about with the state powers? Because we've killed all kinds of people. Waco, in the entire country. How many people die of police in the entire country with many more people in China? How often does that happen? The MOVE bombing, you know, that was not in the entire country. That was one specific thing. The Penn State massacre was specifically one place. Invariably more suffering. I know you cannot say that. The war in Afghanistan, Iraq, Vietnam, Cambodia, the entirety of South America. What the fuck are you talking about? Which country? Which country? Malaysia. Which years are you talking about specifically? Which years? Which the Malayan emergency? That's what I thought it might have been. The Anti-British National Liberation War. Huh. Weird. Anti-British National Liberation War. A guerrilla war fought by Malaysian between communist pro-independence fighters. Oh, independence. Interesting. Versus the National Liberation Army, military forces of the Federation of the Commonwealth British Empire. The communists fought to win independence from the British Empire. So it sounds like you were under a colonial occupation. That sounds like a bad thing, right? Sounds like China was trying to help you fight for your freedom. The same way France came over and helped America win its independence against Britain. Because that's what I was looking for, is this tale as old as time. Is like, there was communists in my country. But it's like saying like, oh, Cuba was so good, and then these damn communists came in. But it's like, Cuba wasn't good. Cuba was run by a U.S. planted or Western planted dictator that did terrible things for corporate profit, right? And a handshake deal. And then, oops, those communists, those dirty communists killed people in a war, specifically, right? In a war, you know. Qing Dynasty Revolution. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about like trying to. You're responding to GOAT specifically. I thought you were trying to talk about like a bad thing, air quote, or a bad war that China did, which is like the Qing Dynasty. What the fuck? When the hell? That's like 1644 to 1912, which I guess was the last. I assume the last emperor dynasty thing. Yeah, overthrow in the Chinese Revolution of 1911. Yeah. Henry Kissinger nukes NSA, mass surveillance, Kent State, Unity Church of Scientology, David Miscavige, Occupy Wall Street, May 4, 1970, massacre, May 13, 1985, moon bombing, Red Summer, 1919, House of Un-American Activities Committee, Trail of Tears. Oh my God, Jim Crow, segregation, human rights, Citizens United States. I mean, like, right? Like that's. Hey, what's going on? We're having a bit of the China is not as nice. Great grandparents, I think, on the side. Oh yeah. I'm getting tired, but I may end with this with some criticism. I've seen the terrible things that America has done around the world, especially in that turn of the century 1900s time. The number of independent movements for people to be more equitably in control of their own land and people and resources, and then what we did specifically in well-documented CIA unclassified papers that talk about us planting fake dissenters, training up troops, brainwashing / just propagandizing them, fake newspapers and areas to just specifically sow disinterest so we can put our own specific puppet people in charge that then do significantly worse things than the government they had before they even wanted to have their own independence thing. Like, it's just one of those things that's like, oh, I've seen this so many times, even raised as having so much pride in like America's #1 and we're the best military and the most moral and we're awesome. That little pain of like, oh no, maybe we're not the good guys. That got numb and it died off. And then I'm not even worried to think about it. I remember when my parents would say that the Vietnam War was bad, I was like, how could you guys say that? We're America. And then my parents were like, well, you know, we were older and we're kind of used to the government not always being perfect, you know? And I was just like, no, we didn't lose the Vietnam War. We you know, it's just the Vietnam, you know, the locals that we had to eventually hand it off to, they lost it, not us. You know, like I couldn't stomach the idea that America lost. The same way I couldn't stomach the idea that the Red Power Ranger lost to the Frog Monster and had to get freed by the Pink Ranger. You know, it's just like that same, like, oh no, my team, my favorite character, no. But like, there's literal fucking coups, genocides, murders done by our government specifically to destabilize and to mischaracterize peace-loving, democratic things. You know, just about as evil as you can imagine evil being, right? Just about. I mean, obviously there's some more cartoonish versions, but did on a mass scale. So, like, we have 300 military bases all over the world, more than there are countries. Actually, it's not 300. It's like 400 and something. Well, it's actually 400. It's like 500 and something. Well, actually, it's like 800 and something. How many military bases until it no longer even becomes a number that you can make sense in your head? Why do we have so many military bases all over the world? We're supposed to be no wars having fucking. What the fuck? Why the fuck do we have military bases? 800 military bases. It's just to think that any other country at this point, you know, in the past, England probably would be on par with the amount of damage and shit. You know, colonial Europe in general, as a whole, probably did all kinds of damage and shit, right? You know, fucking the few hundred years ago genocides were massive in scale, obviously, but like in since the 1900s, America has done so much damage. Like I find out about like Russia going into Afghanistan to try, you know, I'm thinking like, oh, that's the Russians doing a war in Afghanistan, being shitty. But wouldn't you know it? They were trying to become a socialist country, and we specifically put in far-right extremists to stop that because they didn't want women to have their body autonomy or whatever it is. And then they tried to fight against it. And they had to do a long war, and it fucking killed them. And it ruined their country. And then we ultimately went back and did the same thing because we put those fuckers in there. It's just one of those things, man, that like once you start realizing the problems, it's such a simple solution to look at how so much of the world had so much momentum for so long. And we, in every sector, on every fucking hemisphere, like we specifically meddled to fuck with it, using the power that we had, the power spike that we gained to specifically fuck over the world to keep ourselves on top, to keep our capital on top. It's stomach churning to imagine what the world could look like as we face down climate change, as we face down fascism growing all over, to think what the world could have been like if we just didn't do these things. Even if we didn't do them in half of the things, let alone all of the places. Could you imagine? Could you imagine the equitable world we could be living in? It's just kind of like, what's the point at this? Because you're like, oh man, we lost so much ground, so much momentum. In 100 years, we went from fucking cars to fucking on the moon, right? And we did over 100 years of fucking horrible anti-democratic imperialism. The damage we've done to the entire planet with that, our entire timeline. We stunted our growth as a species. It's just kind of deeply upsetting. All right, I'll try to catch up on some messages here. JD Pondon's coming in with a whole bunch of similar things that we've done. Goat's coming in as well. Our family cemetery only goes up to my great-grandfather on one side of the family. National security, Israel and Europe, I don't know why. Interesting. It's something like 800 military bases. I was just using 300 as like the starting point because that's what I thought it was. And even that's an insane number. And then it was like almost 3 times that amount, which is like, because numbers don't mean anything, right? So that's why I kind of wanted to make that play. Why are you sipping? Do you mean simping for China? If someone typoed, they probably meant simping. I mean, I live... Hey, what's up, Boomerang? We got into a little bit of a China versus America, who's worse debate out of nowhere. I don't even mean by air quote mad for a bit. I mean, I live in Florida. However many places south of me, how many miles south of me is Alligator Alcatraz, aka Alligator Auschwitz, right? Like there's a concentration camp in my state, Louisiana. There's a bunch of concentration camps specifically. Yeah, welcome in. Hey, if you're in the Tampa Bay area, I mobilized with St. Pete DSA. I try to do stuff with Tampa DSA, but it's just, across the bridge or whatever. But if not, obviously, no worries. But I wasn't sure how often local stuff would be important to talk about or interesting for people. I've talked about our Dump Duke campaign because we use Duke Energy in our area, and we're having the option to have a potentially municipally owned power supply, which would be fucking easy. Oh yeah, all good. I like that you got better food. That's cool. I'm not trying to do oppression Olympics to say Appalachia is worse than Malaysia or whatever. That's not really what we're doing. And like, I think it's fine to look over to another country, a whole nother form of government, and say, yo, they got things working. And like, you can see the evidence of like my entire lifetime, their line has gone up. My entire lifetime here, our line has gone down, right? The line of whatever you want, average lifespan age, growth of economic outcomes from you versus your parents, all these different things, right? It's pretty easy to look over and see the differences, and then also to see the constant problems of the way our system works. To believe in a two-party, one team versus another, finally join the team more committedly, and then realize the team you picked is just the same team as the other team. I was all super libbed up watching Stephen Colbert fighting Orange Man bad, but then I realized the blue team is bad too. Nancy Pelosi wasn't a slay queen. She was a slay queen of a different type, right? She was the kind of queen that slays people for her own material gain. Like, it's, we don't have corruption. We have lobbyists. We rebrand things. We don't have a Trump regime. We have a Trump presidency. It's all about the fucking words you use. Piss off. You Google one of the worst wars in my countries. I mean, I'm just saying that the British were in charge of your country. Where the fuck is Britain compared to Malaysia? Do you see the distance there? But the people who lived in your country wanted independence, right? So like, if I just look at that, I'm like, I think I side with the people themselves. If Puerto Rico wants to be their own country, they should have the right. If Puerto Rico wants to be a part of the United States, they should have the right. It's up to them. Right what I mean? Yeah, I watched the first couple episodes of the H3 podcast with Jordan Peterson, and I was like, he doesn't seem that bad. I never actually went down his own individual rabbit hole, but yeah, I mean, I was annoyed with the social justice warriors, right, to some degree. You don't have to support China to be socialist. I agree. I want my government to do good things for me. I don't want to go to China. I don't want to learn Mandarin. I barely know English. I want this shit to be good here. What the fuck don't I have Medicare for all like every other fucking country? What the fuck? Makes no sense. Israel has Medicare for all. I don't. What the fuck is that? We pay for their healthcare. It's ridiculous. Every time somebody tells me they don't want to pay for so-and-so's thing, I'll go, well, you'll pay for the Israelis that do it, huh? All right, sweet. I've seen China through, I don't know, piss-colored glasses, third world filter for so long, and then I show Speed, and I'm looking at the cities, and I'm like, what the fuck? We've been lied to this whole time. That's the difference. Okay, I do go outside. I do organize my own neighborhood and abroad. Well, not abroad as in countries, but I reach out. I literally went to New York City to work for fucking the Zoran campaign when I was on vacation. You know, the one thing I'll show off all the time as like an example, right? I'm doing my best. I'm getting on the internet and talking to people. Some from Australia, some from my own state, whatever. The same reason you say that China shouldn't be seen as a good thing. I'm like, why does China have to be seen as a bad thing? Right? The same argument can go backwards, but I've already had an entire lifetime of seeing them in a negative light. And only recently have I seen the good light. So, you know, I got a little bit of a honeymoon period, right? Like a snapback, right? But I agree, there's problems. I agree. And I don't think any human anything is going to be perfect because we always stride to improve. But I don't see any stride to improve. I see strides to make things dismantled and fall apart in the worst ways possible in America, and which is what we also do all over the world, which is a bad thing. Yeah, China, America tells us that China's the worst in every way. And America's good because we have this freedom of speech that you actually don't have, and actually you're not allowed to, and you have to say I'm Israel high, otherwise you don't get fucking, you know, federal assistance because we didn't actually fund the dams and the levees, and now you're fucked. And but you know, you didn't make a pledge to Israel, so you know you're stuck out of luck. Yeah, another thing. Yeah, wearing masks in Florida is illegal during protests. The fact that I'm on the air, yeah. I mean, look at me with my 4 viewers. I'm killing it, bro. DeSantis is looking for me. He's got a fucking, I don't know, Wi-Fi sensor trying to find the signal. I'm a pirate broadcast. There's almost enough proof. I've seen people on Red Note saying things about specifically. I've seen people on Red Note saying shit specifically about the Chinese government. They talk about it. I mean, they talk about how much they don't like their potholes, and then they get the guy replaced, and they get the potholes fixed. You know what I mean? It's a different way to think about government. And well, you're bothered by the interaction because we're not willing to say that the English government that ruled your place through imperialism was good. I mean, like, okay. I hope things are good for you eventually, like one way or the other. It wasn't good, but neither were the communists. You know, I appreciate it. I'm sorry that things got unhappy and they didn't feel good. It's definitely not my goal to make people not feel good. I'll take the exit interview as we refer to it in the business world. I'll try my best to continue to work in charitability and good faith, perhaps even making sure I increase it, because I've seen you around before a bunch of times, so maybe I should have been extra more relaxed about certain things. And I also know that, just like with me, if you were ever to agree with my side, it would not come overnight. It would come at a time. It takes time for all these things. So to me, to expect a reversal instantaneously is maybe unjustified as advice from my own head. But then again, it might not be a good fit because it's just not going to work out, and the charitability can only last for so long before it gets kind of exhausted on either side. So, maybe it's for the best. I understand. Hopefully the messages that we were talking about with thinking about the idea of governance in a different way, with a different structure, more people-based, thinking about all the bad things that America's done, like that should be hopefully a pretty easily verified thing to see the negatives of what my country's done versus the, for the most part, isolationist in comparison and individually focused they are for their own people, not without their own atrocities and crimes, but they just do not factor in comparison to the American ones. But anyway, I just hope that, the same way that I'll reflect upon your thoughts and the way that you felt and when I was speaking to you, hopefully you will have a similar, even if to a smaller degree, amount of considering as you grow as a person and as I grow as a person. But they're probably gone already. But either way, it's just me reflecting on things. Oh, hello, Neon Popcorn. Welcome in. I guess the discourse is good. What'd you miss? We got on a little side tangent about how China's bad and America is not as bad. And then there was some some pushing back on stuff. Because at one point the person said that China is so many leagues worse in terms of like atrocities they've done compared to America. And I'm like, I don't think you could ever say that. Like, unless you're going back into like, you know, the 1400s or something where America didn't exist yet, then I guess you got me beat, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, yeah, I live in Florida, so it's interesting here. I've had my own little journey of being an apolitical person. You know, I voted for Obama because that was the first elections I could do, and that was what everybody did at the time, and it made sense. It was one of those like, all right, we cured racism. Let's go back to brunch, or in my case, let's go back to playing Dota and not thinking about politics at all, right? And when I think back on it, someone would say something negative about Obama, and I would defend him, right? Because that was the team I picked. How dare you? And I would think back that he was a good president because people liked him. But now I've learned since that he did a whole bunch of really bad government things, including having the entire supermajority and then not codifying anything. But one spoiler, you know, Ralph Nader, you know, he just couldn't keep him in line or whatever. And it's just like, sure, man, sure. You know, then when Trump came in office, I was like watching Stephen Colbert being a big lib, waiting for the PP tapes and all these different things. But right around COVID, started getting a bit more involved in things, watched us on the streams, learned here and there. Then started watching, you know, some more news of Cody Shoddy. Robert Evans had the Behind the Bastards thing, just lots of different stuff that was like even vaguely political that then kind of like leaned me more towards an understanding of the negatives of capitalism as a whole and all that kind of stuff. He wasn't great, meaning Obama, but he was cleaning up so much shit. It was expected some bad stuff was going to happen. Yeah, I mean, true. The system that we have, but I mean, but then also seeing what he did to coalesce around killing Bernie Sanders. You know what I mean? Like specifically, not like murder, but like telling Buttigieg and all those people to drop out to the coalesce behind Biden, and then keeping Warren in. You know, whatever movement we had, everybody was talking about the public option. We have a plenty bold strategy for healthcare. All those fuckers get into the White House with Biden, Harris, Buttigieg, is, you know, transportation. All these fuckers are in there. Not a fucking peep about that shit, right? They didn't say a word. They lied. They lied. Fuckers, man. They only do it to try to like steal some of the momentum because they realize that that's what everybody actually wants in America. Like the fact that you could poll people on certain issues. Like, do we think that politicians should not be allowed to freely trade in the stock market? Mass agreement doesn't get voted on. There's actually a couple of legislations that get opened, but then they get voted down immediately. Everyone thinks that there should be Medicare for all. Everyone thinks that, you know, people in Israel should not be getting free Medicare on our dollar before we do. Like, I don't mind even helping other people in other places, but specifically, it makes no. There's lots of problems, and then like, you know, the global imperialism and constantly destabilizing democratically elected places that try to nationalize their own resources. You know, it's just like, oh dear God, it's just like hit after hit after hit. You're like, wait. it's just like the layers and layers of bullshit. Kind of like doomer you to some degree. I try not to be doomer. I as of a little over a year ago, I teamed up or signed up for the DSA in my area, and it's nice to have some things you can do. It's also limiting because American the Christian nation. I forget if that was a thing that they were pushing, because like they used to be that we didn't have a national religion, but we also didn't used to have a national language, and then they recently changed that at some point to make it's not specifically okay. Well, if you talk to the pundits, they would always tell you it is, right? Sure, yeah, fair. Except now that, what was it? Is it in Texas or was it in like someplace they're getting Bibles in schools, like in public schools, like the most like on its face thing you're not supposed to do. They're gonna be teaching the Bible in school, public school. And maybe I got hornswoggled and it's just like it's gonna be available in the library or something. But true. Yeah. And that's why, like, because I mean, we'll get. I've gotten some chatters in here before talking about how like, and that's what I thought. But just in case I like, was misled by an overzealous headline or something, because I didn't actually read the, I didn't even know what state it was on top of my head. So, yeah. I mean, I hope that again, since the accelerationist won, like things are accelerating. The democratic processes have elected those who would do the most accelerating. So the only bright side to all the acceleration is that people go, whoa, in their chairs, and they go, this is different enough to like mobilize and hopefully coalesce around a response that is considerably in the direction that I would like to go instead. But that's counting on the momentum of the people to still be paying attention, because the exhaust of the cycles of news is intense and people forget about things. January 6th was like the most awful day in our history forever, and now half people won't even think it was that big of a deal. Yeah, and so like it's one of those things that just, I don't know if it's going to look like that in 2028 when it comes down to election time, if people are going to even remember it. 10 commandments in every class. When is not supposed to be there? I'm doing that thing again where I forget what I was saying because that was the context that you were talking about. But yeah. I since we're here, I hope the acceleration path works. I hope it doesn't just settle into a new normal of this much worse place we're at right now. But that's what activism does. It gets you out of the house. It gets you talking with like-minded people in person, so you don't feel like you're crazy. And even the people I talk to have been a very wide range of different beliefs and different like severities or different like intensity power levels of how socialist, leftist, whatever it is they are. Some people are basically just Democrats, right, hanging out with us, and some people are goddamn anarchist Maoists or whatever. But it's good to work with people. Now, it is a little brutal because working for one small city ordinance, because we have like a city council member that's in our DSA, like not just like a person that we nominated, but like a person who's literally from our DSA in there. We hear about what they are voting on and how things work, and the amount of good we can do is minimal, at our current stage, one counselor of 10-ish. It's only so much you can do, and then things take a long time with the way things are currently structured, because things are structured specifically to status quo permanently, right? That's kind of the joy of the system they've set up, is that people go, ew, this sucks, it takes so long, fuck it, and then it just keeps running the way it is, and it's so much resistance to try to change it. Same way like Florida has any amendment for Florida has to pass with over 60% approval. That vote to change our rules from 50% majority to 60% majority passed with less than 60% majority. But now it's in place. And it's like, that feel like if you're going to make a new rule about how new rules should be voted on by 60%, that new rule needs to at least match 60%, but it didn't. But now we've kind of locked ourselves into never changing anything ever again. And even when we do vote to change, despite the 60% rule, the people in the Tallahassee area can then say, well, actually, we're going to set up all these convoluted ways. Oh, did you vote in mass to give felons back their rights after paying their debt to society? Well, we're going to make sure that debt to society is hard to actually pay back and really confusing and extra layers in between, and trying to disenfranchise them further, specifically outside of everything that everyone asked for. You know, it's just like, you're like, oh, great, that sucks. In Miami, people were organizing and fighting for a law to say there should be mandatory water and shade breaks for people who work out in the incredible heat in Miami, outdoors for hours on end. You should have to give them at least one water break or 15 minutes in the shade, like something, right? They finally get that rule, because like companies would do that naturally because they don't want to kill their employees, but like there was no rule saying that they had to, and some companies were being slave drivers on it. And then they finally get that rule passed in their local area. And then Tallahassee's like, oh, they got wind of that. All the lobbyists that didn't want to actually have to pay for that water break talked to the fucking governor and the people in the state legislature. Now before they could get that thing fixed in their local area, the legislature in the state was like, we actually make it illegal for any place, any municipality, any other county to make a rule that says you have to have a water break. We're going to make that now illegal. So now that invalidated that law immediately. They rushed to get that through. And it's just like, oh, great. So when we do something even on the local level, it can be grasped and choked by the bureaucracy and the system that they've put in place, because they want to make it as hard as possible to change things, which is just like, ugh. Yeah, I think my work, we would work. So I used to work at Home Shopping Network before they just got shut down in this area. They like laid off the entire Florida branch, the big, like, because that's where the Home Shopping Network HSN studios were. Where they shot all the TV and all the anchors were there with the graphics and all that stuff. We would do stuff outdoors because we live in Florida, but it would get insanely hot. And we had like our own internal rules for like, not only the equipment would be damaged if it's outside in the heat too long, but just like the people were like getting fucking gassed and like sweating, usually wearing dark clothing behind these things. We would try to give us like white shirts and have fans blowing on us, even though they would make the mic sound bad because there's fans blowing. But yeah, the company would still have its own rules about like when we can do an outdoor show and when we can't. They would make sure to always have water but like that was just them being kind, right? We were just lucky that there was the kindness of this corporation. So like the fact that they don't want to make it required is just, I don't know, you know. That's hilarious. That's basically generative AI, just the autofill version. But before we got off on like 7 different tangents, I was watching this older Veritasium video on this weird building in Manhattan. I'll back it up just a little bit so we can get some context on the thing. Basically, there's a weird reason they needed to build the building on these stilts, and then they figured out how to do it, and it's pretty cool engineering wise. A lot of science, a lot of nodding heads and like patting on the backs.
But the first hint of trouble came in May 1978. Lemessurier was talking with another client about welding similar chevron braces.
The architect and the steel fabricator said, tell me, how did those welded braces work out? Seems like overkill, they thought. And
Classic.
The measure says,
Yeah.
yeah, if they were fine. Let me call my guys in New York and I'll check. So he puts a call into his office in New York and they say,
That's right. More espresso, less depresso. Yeah, I mean, because if you get too fucked up on it, and everyone has their like ups and downs, but again, doing some stuff in locally and making a difference, it feels good, right? I love caffeine.
oh, Bill, didn't you know? We bolted those connections.
The contractor had suggested saving.
So like because these beams work in a special way and they remove some of these little braces so that way the weight goes through the beams and goes to the center, whatever, science. But those beams are super long and super thick. So in order to get them through all the streets of Manhattan, they had to weld them together. And then they were double checking on the welds at some point. And then they go, oh no, we bolted them.
$250,000 by using bolts to attach the
And it's $250,000 on this giant sky. They gave $250,000. That's like across the entire project to do this thing.
braces instead of welds, and Lemessurier's firm had agreed.
There is nothing that says a bolt is inherently worse or better than a weld. You use them in different circumstances for different reasons. But it's a little surprising to find out. I thought the connections in this tour de force, one-of-a-kind skyscraper, that's on the cutting edge of structural engineering, was connected one way, but apparently it's connected another way. But if the braces are going like this, where are they going to go? You only need the weld when the braces are going like this.
Since the gravity load was always compressing the braces, some of the chevrons only went into tension under very high winds, and even then, it wasn't a lot of tension. Lemessurier trusted that his team did the right calculations, and the substitution was fine, logical even. But around a month later, Lemessurier got a phone call from a student who wanted to ask some questions about the Citicorp Center.
And his teacher said to him, that engineer didn't know what he's doing, and nobody should put the columns in the middle. They should put them in the corners. That's silly. And I told the student, I said, well, your professor's full of it. He
This is the guy who actually designed it or whatever.
doesn't understand the problem we had to solve.
From the story.
Lemessurier went
He's just, less bald back
through the
then.
calculations with the student to reassure him the stilts were in the right place.
And this is one of the things that, because I had a buddy I was working with before we all got laid off, not to keep bringing that up or whatever, but he was talking about how he really wants to do sociology, the study of people, anthropology / sociology, but yes, anthropology, but like not archaeological, but just anthropological, whatever. And then everybody that he knows says, oh yeah, get this online class, you'll get certified, no problem. And he's like, well, I don't really want to do that. I just want to actually learn the material. I don't want to skate through. And I was like, theoretically, you could just like buy the textbooks and read them. And you could probably email the guy that wrote the textbook. He'd probably be really interested in jibber jabbering with you about this shit. And in case in point, like some random student is like, yeah, this thing's full of shit. And then they work out the calculations together over the phone. Like, this guy's got a do-nothing job. He'll fucking sit there and spat out about this shit, right? True. Yeah, online, yeah. So there's ways of learning and doing things outside of the system to some degree, because it's like, sometimes, these people they're interested, they love it, right? They, especially if they're super big and and important in the world, like they're down for it,
But the interesting thing is in that moment, he's thinking about wind loads from all directions.
Also very funny that he's like, nah, it's fine. See, the calculations are good. Actually, they're not good. But I'm gonna say they're good, right? It's very funny. Like it's very human. Because like I've been in these shoes where Kara will be saying something to me and I'm like, no. Trying not to think about it, but it's hard to look at it in the face as you
late spring, early summer of 1978. Bill Lemessurier is working on the Back Bay Hilton Hotel that in plan forms a triangle, not a rectangle. Now you got a triangle, what's your orthogonal direction? You just have to give up and say, we're going to analyze it from every direction. That's going on the moment that Bill Lemessurier gets this phone call.
Then I called him back and pointed out to him that there's some peculiar things about this building. The worst loading case was not the diagonal, but it was this ordinary wind that everybody thinks about. The wind pushes straight on the building. That was the critical case.
he said, you know what? I've been getting all these calls from all these people. I'm going to sit down and explain this thing.
He decided to double check what happens to the building if wind is hitting a corner of the building, not straight on one of the faces. These are also known as quartering winds. So he split the wind into its perpendicular components, so the west side and north side are hit by the force divided by the square root of 2. He computed the forces for each, as we did before, and summed up the result. But then he noticed something strange.
And now we look at the diagonals. The stresses in half of them vanish, and in the other half, double.
Since the force on each side was F over the square root of 2, these beams get double that.
Sure, totally. Hard to even understand what I'm looking at with like the 2D drawing of a 3D angles and visually cluttered. I mean, I feel like I get it. Classic me to be like, I understand this. Like I sat there in Calculus 2 in college and I was watching the professor go on the projector or whatever, all the different things. And I'm like, yes, you sine, you integrate for the area. Of course. Tangents. Yes. And then I would not do the homework because I'm lazy and playing World of Warcraft or whatever. And then test time. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I totally understood what they were doing. Yeah.
Compared to Lemaitre's calculations for the perpendicular wind load, the forces here were 40% higher.
So 1.4 by itself is not enough to wreak havoc, okay? It may be, but it may not be.
Okay.
So then the question is, well, what happens?
I mean, when I was in normal school, living with my parents and stuff, I was less of a degenerate in the dismissive of my own self-care way to look at it. I was more willing. I mean, I still procrastinated and did things as late as possible. There's some amount of like, I'm challenged to a certain extent that I could still like half-ass it, not do any homework at home, but then cram through it really fast during first period. That was like my TV production class that I was so good at that I could not have to pay attention, and it was pretty easy for me to kind of like use that 45 minutes, 50 minutes to slam through. And then during lunch, I would slam through the later part of my day's homework. And then the homework I could turn in would give me a grade that would then buffer me from a bad test because I wouldn't study for the tests. But I was pretty decent at just listening to the lectures and getting most of it right. So like I was, instead of being a straight A student, I was like a 3.5-ish GPA, you know, A's and B's mixed instead. But I was like very happy with the level of effort it took. But then I was so used to that low level of effort, but then I got to the actual college of actual, you know, much harder. I hit my limit of like what my lazy self could then get accomplished, and that I wasn't preparing myself to then reamp up to focused. So certain things like fucked up some of my scholarships or whatever, which I didn't understand until it was too late. So I lost some money on that. Yeah. No, yeah, that's my brother basically is doing that same thing where he would have homework completed, but it would be so shoved into his like incredibly messy backpack that like my mother would eventually go with him and try and clean it out. And they'd find old homework that he just never turned in because he couldn't find it when they were like, turn in your homework. And he's like, I can't find it. I guess I don't have it. Whatever. I go to 0, you know, but it was done. It was just, he just was too messy. He's one of those like eccentric geniuses kind of guys. He's insanely smart. He makes me look like an unfunny moron, but he doesn't want to stream. So thankfully I get my I get a shot compared to him. This professor was actually super awesome in Calc 2. Very young, very open-minded, very great at explaining things. The fact that I understood as much as I did just by doing his little homework was impressive. And my saving grace was they allowed us to bring one sheet of paper as a cheat sheet on the final exam. And the final exam will have been pulled from all of the previous exams which we have gone over, even if you got them all wrong or whatever, we've gone over them and shown the proofs. So basically 95% of this final exam, which was weighted heavy on my grade and comprised entirely of solved problems that we've had in the past, and I could bring in one sheet of paper, I created the incredible tiny handwriting of every single test that we had on both sides, just intense, like everything just basically written out where I wouldn't even have to think in the final exam. And that bounced my grade from like, I don't know, like a D or a C to like a B or something because it was so heavily weighted. And I was like, phew, got through Calc 2, one of the harder calculuses. Time to go to Calc 3. I've heard it's easier, so I won't change my behavior at all. Did not succeed in that Calc 3 class. Yeah. Now that teacher was definitely newer, not as good at public speaking, very nervous, but they were very polite and kind and willing to work with us after hours. And I had a few different conversations about how, like, you're not doing very well. You're not understanding any of the material. You're at risk of getting a pretty bad grade in this class. So, and I'm like, uh-huh. Yeah. I remember people used to really hated lectures. That was one thing that they used to say. It's like, oh, I hate a lecture. I'm like, I love a lecture. Get up there and talk all day, man. I don't want to read the damn book. I want you to explain the book out loud. That's so much better for me. Yeah, that was me. And then between the bad grade I got in Calc 3 and then the 1 hour of my Spanish online class, my first time doing an online class, because like the lab was the homework and I just miscalculated the date that a homework assignment was due. And by homework assignment was due, I would like have my Cuban friend help me get all the homework right. But I just didn't schedule our like working together on this. So yeah, he would help me do my homework by basically doing it for me. And then I would like help him level a character on World of Warcraft. Like it's like the most insane like agreement possible. But then I would have to study my ass off for the tests that were in person for this online class. And I got a pretty decent grade in my Spanish class, just cramming the vocabulary and the words into my head, cramming these like paragraphs I had to memorize how to write. Like, I understood some degree, but there's definitely a lot of, complexities, a whole new language. But I just missed one homework assignment, which then fucked up that lab grade, which then between the first warning of the bad grade and the Calc 3, and then that 1 hour, which I could have made up in summer semester, but I didn't know. And then I lost all of my Bright Futures financial aid, which was a bummer because that was like free money. Just poof, gone. So fuck me. Yeah. Yeah. There's something about like a person explaining something, especially if they're charismatic. I have a memory of that so much more than words. Although it wouldn't have hurt to read as well, right? It's one of those like, and I still would take notes. Even if I didn't really look through them too much, taking the notes seemed to be beneficial, right? Almost as bad as your Microsoft Word. The teacher miscommunicated select and highlight. Oh my God. That's crazy. I mean, that's a problem solving, I guess, to some degree, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, Kara is definitely more, I mean, she's got some of the same procrastination bug later on, but she was more of a good student. Like she kept more of like the type of student that she was what I would be, similar to like in elementary school, where you do your work, you study ahead of time. Like she'd be like, oh my God, I had this research paper due in 2 months. I got to get started. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You got 2 months, Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
This increase in forces
And that's why I'm not certified to make buildings. And everyone should go, that's good. Yeah.
Wouldn't have mattered in the original design since the chevrons were fully welded together. But that wasn't.
And what does that magna cum laude do for you now? What does that cum latte get you now? It gets you nothing. It means nothing. Kara went to a community college for about half of it. Yeah, Kara Bear 03 is my wife, by the way, in case that was not clear. Yeah, it doesn't get her jack shit. Yeah. You, the teacher, didn't actually know the topic. Yeah. I mean, assuming that they didn't like rewrite the test to mean highlighted means this thing and selected means that, because that would be really annoying. Because I'd be like, I'm going to take this to the dean. I don't, you're wrong, bitch. Right.
The case anymore.
But I totally get that, like interrupting and saying, excuse me, teacher. Actually, it's this, right? That's not an easy thing to do, even if you are 100% sure you're right. It's just not one of those things that it's just kind of rude, right? Yeah.
Lemessurier remembered his earlier phone call. The welds holding the chevrons together were swapped for bolts.
How did his team calculate the number of bolts per joint? Did they consider quartering wins?
It would be a miracle if they ever thought that through, to think about the diagonal wind. It just wasn't.
Almost seems like a contractor shouldn't be able to say, wait a minute, without double checking with somebody, I'm going to swap this out. Saving money for the company and or himself. I'm not sure which.
The nature of anybody. So I had a bit of a worry. I didn't panic right away, but I decided to go down to New York to my office.
Lemessurier requested the building diagrams and pored over all of the connections. He looked at how his firm calculated the number of bolts.
There was no question they had taken the straight-on wind, not the diagonal wind.
Although wind speed is highest at the top of the tower, the wind shear builds up as you go lower. Looking at this brace around halfway down the tower, the perpendicular wind load is 454 tons. Because of the skipped columns, all of these braces carry the same gravity load, just 340 tons, from the 8 stories above. The gravity load builds up in the center column, not in the braces.
I guess they design buildings in a certain way, and obviously they go, even if it goes 1.4 times, that's not so bad, but because they need to build them for like incredible resilience, because like the building is however many tons, but like, okay, but now fill it up with a bunch of fucking cubicles and sofas and people and paper and water jugs and all kinds of shit. Like that number will increase and shift over time, and that slight like one person going from one office to the other will technically move atoms in a way and forces, like, so that's why I guess they overcompensate significantly in a lot of different numbers. But it just seems like you would need to give it a large berth, I would think, because of the unknowns that come in, because there's no like rule about, oh, sorry, you can't offsides. You can't go from one office to the other without doing a weight compensation. There's no rules like that ever. And of course, yeah. And then and it's going to be there for 100 years, right? And then what that's going to do.
Which means there are 114 tons of tension in this brace. If each bolt can withstand around 28 tons, that would require 4 bolts. The original calculations said just 4 bolts were enough, so that was all they used. But when he added quartering winds, Lemessurier's calculations showed there were some braces that needed far more bolts.
At this particular part of the building, which I can show you on my calculations, is right about here.
I feel like I put more screws in 2x4s when I'm like building a crappy frame or something. I mean, like just using 4 bolts for that is just kind of insane, right?
And Bill Lemessurier talked about the 30th floor. I always wondered, why was it the 30th floor?
The 40% increase from quartering winds means that this brace has a wind load of 635 tons. The tension in the brace is now 295 tons, over double the original calculation. So these braces actually need around 10 bolts, not 4.
But then it turned out they had done something else.
Lemaitre's firm considered the braces to be minor structural
guess.
elements. They didn't use the right factor of safety to calculate the number of bolts. They should have overestimated the tension in the brace by underestimating the gravity load.
Well, yeah, because they were like, oh, by not welding all of these braces together, we could just use bolts instead. That will save us $250,000 across the entire building, which to me doesn't seem like enough of a saving to make the executive decision as the contractor to not resend the calculations. Like, it's not like you're saving hundreds of millions of dollars or something, because they already saved a bunch of money by using these weird brace systems, not only because of the unique design of the base, but also because it uses much less steel, which meant the entire building was much lighter, which was a good thing and a bad thing, which is why they have that like weirdly designed weight that rocks and counter to the building's sway, which is a neat little thing that they designed for that, which I think is similar designs are also used in earthquakes and stuff. When buildings shake, there's like a thing that helps counter shake it, so that way the building doesn't shake too much. So they're already saving a bunch of money along the way. Buy once, cry once. Yeah. I mean, I wonder who got to save the money. And also a contractor, right? That's just the lowest bidder. Because that's one of the problems. Like, my parents had, when they needed someone to repair the front door at our house, they like bought the thing from Home Depot, but then they paid for someone to come install it because it seemed really complicated and they didn't know how to do it. And the dude showed up basically like drunk and didn't install it right. There's all these extra pieces in the box and screws. The thing was wiggly and then falling apart. To this day, the handle can come off right. And it's just like, well, that sucks. And you never know when you get some guy installing the bolts, right? And he's drunk, and he's just having a real bad day, like, I mean, it wasn't like, I guess it wasn't like a bottle in hand, but it's an old ornery man with a very red nose and you can't tell exactly. I don't know. I mean, I was like in school at the time or whatever, but yeah. Well, because Home Depot uses contractors. It's not a Home Depot, qualified guy. It's one of the local guys that then works with, yeah, basically. Yeah. Because that's how like Best Buy will do all of like the in-home washer installations. It's all this or that. Yeah. True.
With only 75% of the gravity load, the tension in the beam is now 380 tons.
Sure,
they
math,
really
got
needed
it.
14 bolts, but they used only 4.
I said, this thing is in real trouble.
You imagine, what Bill LeMessurier was thinking at that moment. You see that number and you're like, oh my God, this is serious. It's really serious.
LeMessurier was starting to panic. He didn't want to rush to conclusions, so he flew to Canada to check his calculations with Alan Davenport at the Boundary Layer Wind Tunnel. After running more tests, they found that it was even worse than LeMessurier thought. The estimated 40% increase in stress was technically correct.
That's crazy.
But LeMessurier made his calculations assuming the building wasn't moving. This is called static conditions. But the wind tunnel gave LeMessurier a dynamic analysis, how the forces change when the building is moving around. To LeMessurier's horror, the wind tunnel analysis showed that the stresses could increase up to 60% more than originally anticipated. LeMessurier squirreled himself away in Maine and worked through the data from the wind tunnel again, joint by joint on every floor. The weakest joints were at the building's 30th floor. If those failed, the entire building would fall. But what were the chances that a storm strong enough to topple the building would pass through New York City? LeMessurier dug through the historical weather reports. On average, a storm strong enough to tear the building apart occurred every 67 years, but only if the tuned mass damper was working. If a storm knocked out power, then even 110 km/h winds blowing for just 5 minutes would collapse the building. In any given year, the chance of a storm that size happening was 1 in 16. Just 1 year before Citicorp was completed, wind gusts of 110 kilometers per hour roared through New York City as Hurricane Belle passed through.
What do you think this moment was like for LeMessurier when he ran these calculations? Like,
It must have been devastating. I mean, it just must have been, I can't imagine the fear. I can't imagine the feelings.
But I'm sure he alerted people of the safety concerns, right? Because after spending so much time with it, not jumping to conclusions, going to Canada, doing some kind of weird smog, wind tunnel test, then going back to Maine and crunching the numbers all by your own, double checking historic patterns to see if it's not, unrealistic to imagine a storm like that,
I mean, like, it just must have been truly a moment he never thought he would live through.
That storm was going to fall down in my lifetime. And since this was July, it could fall down the summer of 1978.
LeMessurier needed to decide and decide fast, but revealing this mistake could mean lawsuits, bankruptcy, and professional ruin. He could stay silent, only Davenport knew, and he wouldn't reveal anything, or he could entirely disappear.
This was a while ago, yeah.
In a later interview, he admitted, "I did say to myself, I could drive down the Maine Turnpike at 100 miles an hour and deliberately drive into a bridge abutment. That would be the end, and all of this would go away."
No, it wouldn't, dude. No, it wouldn't. the building's bolts are still, 10 bolts too short, bro. Just because you die, I mean, I guess your struggle with it would go away, right?
I thought about that. But there was a
That's true. Yeah, the 9/11-1 in that case, yeah.
in 16 chance of collapse.
There is a lot of times that I'm like, uh-oh, my computer just had a problem. A blue screen error or whatever. I'm like, well, I'm going to hope that was a fluke and we're just going to move on, right? Like, it's not worth trying to figure out all the shit. But then my computer's not going to collapse and kill hundreds or thousands of people in New York, right? So
that very fall, with thousands of lives at risk.
And I agree, because it's like, oh, the contractor fucking did the bolts. He's the motherfucker that caused this whole thing to start in the first place. They should have welded these fuckers. We'd be fine. Maybe if you go back and realize even with the welds, these extra wind forces you didn't think about with the thing turning off in a hurry, maybe then you could argue there was all this math that was a problematic and would need to be fixed in another way. But the bolts specifically were someone else.
Never any other choice but to act. After speaking to a few lawyers and other engineering experts, LeMessurier told the architect Stubbins, and together they informed Citicorp's chairman, Walter Wriston. Within hours of that meeting, LeMessurier acquired emergency generators for the tuned mass damper. The TMD was originally designed to stabilize any swaying for comfort, but now it became the crutch that the tower leaned on. LeMessurier pinned all his hopes on it.
He called the confidential repair plan Project Pandora, but that sounded ominous, so he came up with the Special Engineering Review of Events Nobody Envisioned, or Project Serene for short.
Each night, welders...
They're being cute. They're being cute with it. Oh, Men in Black. Okay.
would enter the building after everyone left, rip off the sheetrock around the chevron beams, and then weld two 5-centimeter thick, 2-meter long steel plates on each joint.
Like Band-Aids, literally Band-Aids on both sides of these joints.
After, they'd replace the wall and clean everything up before the office workers came back the next morning. They needed to weld over 200 joints, and LeMessurier ranked them by importance.
I thought maybe it was just like a random piece of jargon you were making up. Like, oh, you got a MIB in there, and that's going to cause a problem, yeah.
Starting with the ones on the 30th floor. But the repairs wouldn't be completed before hurricane season, so Citicorp worked with the Red Cross to develop a 10-block evacuation plan.
Like, how many people were at risk in the building, and if it fell, would it affect other buildings? Like, were there chances of it leading to something more disastrous?
Absolutely. This would have toppled, and it would have toppled into another building, which would have toppled into another building, which would have continued a horrific process. So it was untold what the ultimate effects could have been.
I mean, like, just the evacuation plans were how many people?
Thousands. The building itself housed thousands. And then the residents and the businesses surrounding the building, it was into the thousands.
Despite the risk, they decided not to tell the public or even the office workers in the building. No one wanted a mass panic.
That's what they were worried about. That's what, I mean, I'm sure they could be worried about that, but I think they were worried about something else first.
Instead, they fitted strain gauges on important structural members. The gauges monitored the skyscraper's every bend and twist from a comm center 8 blocks away.
They would have been more, because like there was the bombing in the 90s in the parking garage underneath the World Trade Center, right? So like that's an example of some weird thing happening that still made national news. But like a building just falling over randomly during a hurricane or something, that would have been crazy, right? That would have like sparked off a lot of like building inspections and double checking all this bullshit. I think they still would have been pretty mad about the towers going down though, about the plane part of it. But people could be like, oh, another construction fallacy. Fuck. You know, they might be more willing to like not understand what's happening in the moment, probably. Yeah. I mean, to think it would only be because like 3,000-ish people died on 9/11. I guess it was because it took a while for the buildings to collapse. So other than people inside or, you know, trapped on different floors or were bystanders to some degree, there might have been, I thought it was 3,000, but that could be including all the planes. And obviously, like, medical complications have made it quite a bit. Yeah, true. That was the number I always had in my head because, like, when COVID was popping off and it was 3,000 deaths a day, it was like, oh, that's when it's a 9/11 every day or whatever, right? So maybe if it was just under 3, then by saying 3 means you could meet that bar pretty easily. But yeah. And then also just like, even from like a governmental, like trying to move mass amounts of humans around and keep things flowing, a giant building collapsing causes unrest. It causes stress on humans. It make, you know, if you're looking at like a Sim City thing, like all of a sudden the little exclamation points are popping everywhere. If you have like the Sims, all of them are having weird depressions and then losing family members and going to funerals and then, you know, taking time off work and then, you know, numbers go to, like, you could just see how the entire system would be heavily impacted. Just logistics of driving a car around the area now, or there's physical debris, and all the other surrounding buildings now have to be inspected for structural damage from the impacts. And it just, you don't want it to happen, not only for the loss of life, but as far as like just a zoomed out Sim City version, you're like, that would fuck everything up. Please don't do that. Which is a good reason to have regulations and inspections or whatever. Yeah. Well, there's also like SimCity 2000 would have like aliens that would come down and like zap your city. And you're like, goddamn aliens. Like, you would have like mass disasters as a part of the fun of the game. Just because whatever. I didn't play SimCities all that often. I played Sim Ant, and the cutscene of when the spider would kill you scared me and I couldn't play it. I'd watch my brother play and I had to look away when the spider would get him because it would go like, and I'm like, ah.
At least that would give them a little bit of warning. But this plan required new telephone lines, and the phone company wouldn't get around to doing this for months. So Citicorp's chairman immediately called AT&T's president, and the lines were installed the next morning.
Oh,
now,
what do you
might
know?
not be able to install emergency telephone lines at a whim, but you can still stay connected no matter what.
I love that one CEO can call another and say, look, CEO, I'm doing some shady under the table shit. You got it, my man. We'll get something out there for you in no time. Sweet, fellow CEO kiss. You know, like it's just they're in cahoots with each other. And
But even though LeMessurier tried to keep Project Serene under wraps, people started asking questions.
On August 8th, Citicorp released a statement about the repairs.
No, we had to cook up a line of bull, I'll tell you. And white lies at this point are entirely moral. You don't want to spread terror in the community to people.
he's like, that wasn't a joke. Why did you laugh? I said it was moral. We cooked up a fake report to give to the public. Why are you laughing when I say it's good that we did this? What's wrong with you? Yeah.
People that don't need to be terrorized. We were terrorized.
Oh, we were terrorized on the cross. Oh, you don't understand. Me in this other place was terrorized that my reputation would be ruined as you all would plummet to your deaths, as you get crushed by tons of building material. I was terrorized.
No question about that.
Several newspapers reported on it, but they didn't have the details. Then LeMessurier got a message.
Also, classic, right? Access journalism. They're allowed in to talk to these important people, but they don't have the resources and they don't dig deeper to uncover the things. They don't ask the questions to the right people. Now, it's a stacked deck against these individual journalists. I didn't even look who the names were. They're probably nobodies, whatever. But it's just how all these things work together. But if you were a real gumshoe detective style, you know, I'm going to go get the story and figure out what's really going on, you wouldn't get elevated in these big newspapers because you make too many waves in a way that the others don't like, right? Yeah. Dominoes and Jenga. That's what he's thinking about. He gets all fun, right? It's all just little pieces.
The New York Times was trying to reach him. If he didn't respond, they would know something was up.
So I mixed a martini for myself, and it's 1 minute past 6. I dialed the New York Times. I pick it up, the phone. They pick up the phone. It's a tape recorder saying, the New York Times has gone on strike as of 6 o'clock. Not only did the New York Times go on strike, but all the newspapers in New York went on strike until October. So we had a press blackout, and that was the greatest thing that ever happened.
The one time these guys are like, actually, we like a union. Wow. This is the one, other than the police union. But they're like, wow, you know, normally we were fighting against those unions, but hey, it kind of worked in our favor this time, just this one time.
The press was off their back, and the weather was beautiful.
I'm a neurotic person. I have my very particular things that I'm particular about. Some things I'll never notice a day in my life, right? Other things I will definitely notice. And where my little bullshit is placed all around and things, if some construction workers came in, ripped the drywall off of that gigantic wall, like, you know, the load-bearing stud, did a bunch of welding, and then re-drywalled it, repainted it over the weekend, and then put all the desks back, I'd be like, why is my shit moved? What happened? What is this dust here? Something happened. I would be like, what the fuck? That picture wasn't always hung like that. That plant wasn't there like that. My chair wasn't like, you know, what the fuck is going on, right? Like, because they're moving all the cubicles out, they're moving all the things out, they're ripping it down, doing all this shit, and then putting it all back before the weekend's over. You know, not every fucking thing is back picture perfect where it was before. I guess you could be like, maybe it's just the cleaners or something, right? Yeah. There was these welding teams that came in and did this. Now, did those people know that this was important because it would fall over on the next hurricane? No, they probably thought it was just traditional extra caution, right? Yeah. 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 someone's asking questions, then like the foreman or the manager, the supervisor, it's kind of like, you get some vacation time. What do you know? Take a week off. Yeah.
The repair work continued smoothly. But late August brought the news everyone had been dreading.
Hurricane Ella starts brewing in the Caribbean. And this is the one storm that they're nervous about.
The repairs were halfway done by now.
I think it was a 1 in 200 year storm that it could withstand, but LeMessurier wasn't taking chances because he didn't know the intensity of the storm, and this was a strong storm.
So there was a chance.
There was absolutely a chance, and they had to prepare for that chance.
By Friday, September 1st, Ella was making her way toward New York with winds reaching 200 kilometers per hour.
That's plenty.
City officials
fast.
braced to start the evacuation. Police would go door to door to get everyone out within a 10-block radius. For 24 tense hours, Ella stalled around North Carolina.
Like LeMessurier said, we were sweating blood.
But sometime in the night, Hurricane Ella veered off into the sea at the last minute. It intensified and hit Canada with peak winds of 225
thank
kilometers
God.
per hour.
Oh, thank God it crushed Canada.
City
Oh,
was
thank
safe.
God. Oh.
LeMessurier described
Just like how when they say that like Trump's bullet was pushed by God to save his life. But then it's like, but like that fireman got fucking domed by that shit. You think God specifically pushed the bullet out of the way of this disgusting, womanizing, rapist piece of shit to then kill a fireman? Do you think that's what happened? He's like, oh, God wanted to save my city, my building. And I guess, I don't know, fuck up Canada or something. Yeah, God loves me so much. I appreciate you coming by.
that next morning in New York as the most beautiful day that the world's ever seen. They completed the repairs in October, just 6 weeks after LeMessurier told Citicorp.
Now, the building, according to LeMessurier, can withstand a 1 in 1,000 storm.
The repairs cost between $4 and $5 million.
$4 and $5 million, you fucking contractor who saved $250,000. A stitch in time saves 9, is what my mom used to always tell me, because, you know, when you have a little hole in your shirt, it's 1 stitch to fix it, 2 stitches. But if you let it go, all of a sudden it takes 9 or 18 stitches to fix it because it's spreading and stretching. If you just do it right the first time, man.
But LeMessurier argued that Citicorp approved an earlier building design that cost $5 to $6 million more, so they were willing to spend that much on the skyscraper anyway.
That's not how that works. True. Yeah, it's not like we're going to have ever increasing storms from here on out for the rest of time because of anthropogenic climate change, right? Man-made climate change is not going to make more storms more often, more intense, to the point where people are debating whether or not we should have a new Cat 6 storm, because Cat 5s are such a large, open-ended thing that we have so many storms that are so much stronger than previous Cat 5s that a new category is important. Only downside is people might think, oh, a Cat 6 is the new biggest, then I guess a 4 or a 5 is pussy shit then, right? That's the confusion they're worried about causing by creating this new differentiator. Realistically, a 5 or a 6 you should treat as a problem, and 5s are treated as a problem now, so I guess it can kind of work. As is.
And for almost 2 decades, the secret was confined to a small inner circle.
But in 1995, the New Yorker finally brought Project Serene into the light. Far from being vilified, LeMessurier was praised for owning up to his mistake and fixing the issue as soon as possible. After the article, New York updated the building code to require quartering wind calculations. And since that first damper in Citicorp, TMDs have spread across the globe, allowing architects to push skyscrapers taller and slimmer.
It's the first tall building in the world ever built with mechanical help to make the structure work. That's remarkable. Incidentally, that has been now copied 100 times in Japan. This is ubiquitous, and when I go to Japan, I'm treated like a tin god because I'm the father of the tuned mass damper. I said, really?
Of the 20 tallest buildings in the world, 6 include a tuned
He's like, really? That wasn't even my science, but I'll claim it. Hell yeah, I'll Edison that shit. Make me the father of these things. Sure, why not?
mass damper, and they're especially critical in typhoon or earthquake-prone regions.
Yeah, the category of storm that will like kill your whole lineage. You know, your ancestors in a whole nother continent are like, oof, feel pretty bad this morning. Oof, something hit us. It hit our it hit our genes.
For example, Taipei 101 has a massive 660-ton pendulum that stabilizes the building. It can withstand up to 200 km/h winds.
That's kind of sick that people can look at it, because it does kind of look like an art installation, honestly, right? Because it's just this giant fucking... Looks like a 3D printed ball because it's like done in layers. Yeah.
And earthquakes with magnitudes over 6.8.
But the legacy of this building is still steeped in controversy. First, who was the mysterious student that started it all?
I think it was...
That student was Jeffrey Epstein.
Spring of 1978. There's a student at Princeton, an undergraduate student by the name of Diane Hartley, and she's studying structural engineering. It was time for her to consider a senior thesis, and they decided that a study of the new Citicorp Tower would be wonderful.
It's a remarkable thesis. It contains a lot of the original engineering calculations by the engineers.
She's looking through the documentation. Where did they consider quartering winds? And she's not seeing it. You know, I must be wrong, she says. She's just an undergraduate student, and you guys are award-winning structural engineers. The engineer explains to Diane Hartley, quartering winds are not a factor in this building. So she's satisfied. She graduates. That's it. Doesn't think about it again.
But a year after the New Yorker article, the BBC released a documentary on the crisis.
And so she was holding her baby, and she turned on the television, and lo and behold, she heard them reference a conversation with a student, an engineering student from New Jersey, reaching out to Lemessurier. And she said, I almost dropped my baby. And then so she just assumed, for years afterwards, she assumed that it wasn't me, because I didn't speak to Lemessurier.
But then in 2003, her thesis advisor told Diane that he checked all the other New Jersey engineering and architecture programs, and no one else was working on a project about Citicorp in 1978. She was the only one.
She never spoke to Lemessurier personally. She never claimed to speak to Lemessurier personally. The assumption was that either Lemessurier was mistaken and that it was Diane Hartley who made the call, it was a female, or more likely that Lemessurier was basically tipped off by his New York engineers.
Then, in 2011, a man named...
Oh, this story of his being called and double checking his numbers because he cared so much about these things. And how not telling the public was the moral choice. Why are you laughing? Yes, it was the moral choice.
Named Lee DeCarolis came forward.
And the phone call, as we understand it, came from a student at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. His name is Lee DeCarolis.
He's not asking for money. He's not asking for fame or glory. He's just saying, this is interesting, and I'm the guy who made this call. And he said, yeah, I had a conversation with Bill Lemessurier, and he pretty much lined up with what Lemessurier himself said.
Sadly, Lemessurier passed away in 2007 before he could confirm the student's identity.
Believe it or not, 40 years later, I learned a lot of raw feeling still on this.
Surprisingly, people are weirded out by this. I don't get it. What's your problem?
People aren't anxious to talk about this, especially people that were involved in it. Even people that weren't involved in it, but were tangentially involved in it.
We reached out
by living in the shadow of the building that they didn't build properly. Yeah.
to Lemessurier Associates, and they refused to respond to our request.
You think that they would...
You said that people were so willing to talk, and then immediately they refused all requests to talk about it publicly.
Even people that weren't involved in it, but were tangentially involved in it.
We reached out to Lemessurier Associates, and they refused to respond to our request.
You think that they would, the namesake for their company stood up and did the right thing, but I don't think they want to be associated with mistakes.
Their project description for Citicorp doesn't even mention the repairs. The building was sold to Boston Properties in 2001, who renamed it 601 Lexington.
You get the landlord special, and it's like, hey, why did you re-drywall these beams here? Oh, don't worry about that. That's not in our information. We're not disclosing that to you one bit, actually. Nope. That's for you to find out. You go, hey, wait, this isn't up to code. Haha, psych, bitch.
They also didn't respond to our request for comment and refused to let us film inside the building.
Further questions arose in 2021 with a new...
It's one of those, you can't, well, nowadays, things are very, especially with fucking shootings and stuff, elevators are very gated to how far into the building you can get, but private ownership, but yeah, like ask for forgiveness or whatever is usually the best bet.
New study from the National Institute of Standards and Technology. They wanted to see if quartering winds were more demanding for a building like Citicorp.
Although they did conclude that the pressure from perpendicular winds was greater, their analysis didn't include any internal structure specific to Citicorp.
As for Lemessurier, the engineering field still regards his actions as upstanding, and the Citicorp case is taught all over the world as a...
I guess, like, compared to other shitheads that, like, caused the Miami collapses that we had with buildings not being up to grade at all and then just falling apart, this guy's seen as a good one, but it's just like, he got lucky. That's it. Like, he got lucky that his shit was somehow brought to his attention. And then, to me, his evil is him hiding it. Because, at least according to the stories we're told, the bolts were a money-saving decision made by contractors, and it didn't make it up the chain. And some combination of administrators and managers did not make sure that that was properly vetted before the change was approved, or there was very little approving process required for certain things. Lots of different ways you can analyze that aspect of it, but ultimately, my evil with him is not letting it... He didn't even, like, reach out to the mayor or whatever in that district to let them decide what they want to do with the goodwill of the public. He specifically decided, I don't want them to panic and also blame me, so I'm going to keep quiet about this, right? It wasn't even like you went to the proper authorities and then the authorities made we will make this a measured thing specifically. Yeah, exactly. Only until much later with their story about it. Yeah. So... interesting to see it as, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, old white dudes from the 70s, I guess there's a lot worse motherfuckers out there, you know? But I remember this story, and it's a really interesting one specifically, just because it's just, like, and the Veritasium doesn't really paint it in that light of, like, dear God, the private sector plays fast and loose with us and is never... It is seen as a good guy when it's all said and done. It's just like they paint the people as weirdos for still being kind of butthurt about this or whatever. And it's just like, that's nuts, man.
Case of good engineering ethics. In fact, in my own engineering ethics course, I learned about the Citicorp building.
And every structural engineer experiences this. When you actually feel the weight of the responsibility, you're saying, based on my engineering, that building is going to stand up. Nobody else worries about it. And so if you think about the emotional pressure that Bill Lemessurier was under, and then needing to come back and do something about it and to mobilize and to hold that during this entire process, it's truly a remarkable story.
But the fact that it's taught that you can be quiet about it and try and cover it up / fix it unbeknownst to people, that's the fucked up element in the future looking part of it. If it was taught as good that he didn't swipe it away and did good research and looked into it, and then should have alerted people better because he got lucky that this one storm didn't come roaring through, right? All of a sudden, people, even if they got an evacuation order in time, they may have been able to prep some of their belongings and things better. and then all that could have been lost on a catastrophic, collapse or something. And then be like, well, you would have had enough time to get evacuated, so stuff it. Like, I understand mass panic is a problem. I was just talking about zoomed out SimCity view of an entire city block getting blown up. That's bad. Same with a unnecessary, air quote, evacuation of an entire city block for 6 months or whatever could also be considered a detriment to an efficiency system. But also, to me, I would have respect for the system if the system in place was abundantly cautious. The same way that when the Johnson & Johnson shot got double checked for potential problems with COVID things, I didn't see that as a negative because the science is sciencing right now, right? Even when fucking anti-vaxxing was like all the rage and a big hot button issue, the scientists knew that it would cause a stir and that the chance of it causing a serious problem seemed pretty low, but it met the threshold. And this is also global scientists as well, like the Operation Warp Speed. So I imagine less American hands I don't know. I'm just making a claim, but just seeing the American experts in this case from this era versus the other one later, I'm assuming that there was better ethics from perhaps outside of America that forced that to come to light. But still, I like trusting science, and when science is doing its best to be extra careful, I see that as a positive. But I'm also a science-leaning individual who's trying to think rationally about risks and complications, and not somebody who's shooting from the hip, who's also, been kind of secluded away from some of these deeper ways of thinking about it or whatever, either willingly ignorant or forcibly ignorant because of bad schooling and limited options or whatever. But it's just an interesting little story.
I mean, I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it.
I said, look, if you got a license from the state and a certification for University First, and now you're going to use that license to hold yourself out as a professional, you have a responsibility beyond yourself. If you see something that is a social risk, good heavens, this thing would kill thousands. You must do something. You must do something.
I would say, in your case, whatever your guy's name is, you should have done more. But at least he did something. I mean, true. Other fucks would have done worse, but like, that's not really the best defense of yourself, right? When you're on trial, is to say, like, look, some other guy, he would have gone crazy. He would have tried to make it fall down, okay? So I, in comparison to that made up guy, I'm great. So what's your problem, right? That doesn't hold up, Ugh. Ugh. One of the things I bet stuck in my memory, and I don't even know how straight up true it is that Hammurabi's Code, some of the first laws or the ways that it was presented, it was one of the earlier law things. If an architect let a building collapse on somebody through their own negligence, or even if any building ever collapsed on somebody, then that architect would be stoned to death or something. Was like the very like an eye for an eye style type of punishment thing. But that was like how I always thought about civil engineering and architects ever since I learned that, like way back when, just because I drive over the bridge. I used to drive over that bridge every fucking day, twice. Big ass bridge. And I'm like, hope I don't die. That would suck ass if all of a sudden I go over this hill and then there's just nothing at the other half of it, off the edge, right? Or the thing fucking collapses and breaks because of a strong wind and it snaps in half and I go into the ocean in my shitty ass, Honda. I'm done. I'm ripped. Even if I get out, I'm like exhausted and heavy with clothes and turbulence. Probably injured. unable to float and swim calmly in a rough seas, just drowned, dead, exhausted. So, and that's in the best case scenario. So the idea that the job comes with a heavy burden has been kind of infused forever, just because we have to trust you that it works. The same way that I have to trust the scientists that do, road manufacturing, know that the tar is not going to give me cancer. I have to trust that the water filtration system is supposed to make me healthy and get rid of the negatives. All these different things. First known written law. Okay, that's how I remembered it, but I'm like, I don't know if that is still considered to be what it is. Yeah, there was actually a story about Florida roads specifically. Florida bill allowing radioactive roads made a potentially cancer-causing mining waste, signed by DeSantis. Florida governor and presidential hopeful, that was before, Ron DeSantis signed a bill Thursday. This is from 2023. Yeah. That would allow for roads across Florida to be made with radioactive mining waste that has been linked to cancer. The measure brought forward by the State House adds phosphogypsum to a list of recyclable materials that the state officials say can be used in road construction. The list already includes ground rubber from car tires, ash residue from coal combustion byproducts. That's the coal ash that destroyed the lakes around Duke in North Carolina. Recycled mixed plastics, glass, and construction steel, which had previously been termed part of the solid waste stream and contribute to problems in declining space in landfills. But unlike most of those products, phosphogypsum is not a material that is aggregated in landfills. So like using landfill material to grind it up and put it into the roads, I guess that's fine. Maybe that'll make more potholes or something. I'm sure someone should be looking into that, whatever it is. But like utilizing landfill materials in a useful way, I'm not a hater on that idea, right? You got a lot of trash, whatever. It remains left behind from mining phosphate, which is described by the EPA as a radioactive material because it contains a small amount of uranium and radium. Phosphate rock is mined to create a fertilizer, but leftover material known as gypsum has decaying remains of those elements eventually produce radon, something that's known as potentially cancer-causing radioactive gas, when the EPA told CBS. And because of that risk, it's federally required to be stored in GIPS stack systems, not landfills. The clean air regulations require that phosphogypsum be managed in engineered stacks to limit public exposure. But let's just throw it in there anyway. Oh, what do you know? Florida's history with phosphogypsum is bad. We have big phospho mining areas in the area, so that way they can then, instead of having to store it in a expensive way, they can just sell it to the state. Ta-da! It's public, reducing restrictions on capital owners to then get away with more bullshit. That's just what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, radon gas outdoors is probably fine. I watched a thing about radon caves in like Germany, where some people believe going into a cave. Yeah, I know. I mean, I've eaten Subway sandwiches, like literally from Subway, with like technically not actually bread. It's like a cake that it's made with. Phosphates or nitrates. That's what it is. Not phosphates. Nitrates in my, whatever. And grew up with 2 smokers in the house. Yeah. What, yoga mats cause cancer too? Fuck. Everything causes cancer. I mean, if you look at California Prop 10 warnings, whatever it is, it does look like everything causes cancer. Which I guess, depending on how you look at it, it does, in fact, cause cancer. But anyway, Yeah. Oh yeah, radon caves. People, because like radon is a gas that collects, and it used to be a problem in like basements and stuff, because like radon gas could like leak and then not penetrate through the house, and then it would collect in a room and cause a problem. But there's these caves somewhere where radon gas will collect inside of the cave, and people go in there and they sit like in a sauna, and they get irradiated for a certain period of time and then leave. And that's like a weird like alternate medicine healing thing, and people are like, this is dumb, and they're like, well, I don't know, it makes me feel better, and it's like chiropractic. So yeah. Oh, the I forgot about that the material in the bread was also used in a Subway mat. I mean, sure, water or whatever, but probably a more realistic ingredient. 'Cause sometimes, you know, I always had the contrarian take, right? So when people would get mad about anything, I would be like, you shouldn't be mad about it. And when people wouldn't be mad about something, I'm like, well, you should be mad about it, right? Just because I wanted to be special and different. And I wanted to make people think I was smart. And by correcting them, no matter what, I was always smarter than them because I was correcting them. Because I was more right, whatever. Literally more right. I used to be pro secondhand smoke. Ah, it's fine. You're a pussy. It's the freedoms. How dare you take away the freedoms? You know, that kind of bullshit. I had a lot of very dumb arguments for it. I was at my college, the first time I was ever at a smoke-free space that specifically was like, you can't smoke even outside. If you're like within 50 feet of the doorway, that's considered too close. Get that cigarette away from here, right? Clean air, whatever thing. And I was fighting for their rights to smoke because I grew up with smokers. Not that I smoked. It wasn't even my own wish. It was just for the freedom. But then when I came home after being at college for a while, my parents lit up a cigarette and they were like far away, but I could immediately smell it. And I was like, whoa, I hadn't smelled a cigarette in a long time. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. I didn't realize how bad cigarettes smell. Like I was nose blind to it because I live with smokers. They would smoke in the house. Like my mom tried smoking outside, but like they smoked too much. They just couldn't do it and it was too hot and they would just smoke in the house. So like our house had a lot of smoke stains on the walls. My mom would try to clean them off. You know, our computer products, that like weird off-white color that computer products came as became a yellowed intense thing. All the fans, the dust in the fans would be like super gross because it wouldn't just be dust. It would be dust coated in tar, making it stringy and sticky. You think cigarettes smell great? Cigarettes smell, period. They have a smell to them, and that smell can be associated with good or bad things. My parents smoked Marlboro Reds, filtered. And that was considered, like, I guess, like, an expensive brand. I don't really know exactly. I think Marlboro was like, I don't know, the Pepsi or Coke versus the RC Cola of other types of cigarettes. Like the Virginia Slims or whatever. I always saw those as cheaper budget cigarettes. I mean, I never actually looked at the prices. I knew my parents paid a lot of money for many a carton of cigarettes. They weren't like the heaviest smokers, but again, I had a very limited understanding of what I was looking at. Clothes, yes, my friend in high school smoked clothes, just because that was different and more herbally and whatever. Interesting that your grandfather would roll his own. Did he grow tobacco and like ground it up himself, or would you be able to just buy loose leaf ground up tobacco? But there's also that, yeah, because like there's certain smells I associate with my grandparents' house. There's certain smells I associate with the nurse's office at my elementary school. You know, there's that weird, like, no idea. Yeah, I mean, obviously you got it from somewhere, but it'd be a lot of work, I would think, to, you know, cure and dry your own tobacco, but who knows? There was that really weird smell that the vomit sawdust would have. So like in my true, maybe it was just weed. And you're like, this smells sticky and nice. No. There's like this sawdust. It almost looked like it came in like a can of like Ajax or like just like those like big spice, like with like you turn the lid and it has a giant open mouth or a bunch of little small holes. Sure. Yeah. Oh, own jerky. That's crazy. And it had this weird sweet smell to it. Very powdery, but also inviting because it was made to cover up the disgustingness of vomit. And kids in elementary school, they puked all the fucking time because they were just dog sick, or they eat something they shouldn't have, like, I don't know, worms or dirt, and then they get excited. Their bodies are growing rapidly. They're just a mess. They're just a mess all around. So they would puke all the time. And they would bust out the thing and clump it all up and then sweep it up and then ta-da, and there would be this weird lingering smell. And I always liked the smell of that. Probably because it would like distract from the class, and like they would have to call in a guy, have to get the kid cleaned up, take a few minutes, and I'm like, yay, a break, something that's different than boring classwork. Hooray. Like I would love it when a janitor would come in and change a fluorescent light bulb in the overhead, and I would just watch them get the ladder out and climb the ladder, pick up the weird plastic thing and like flex it so it gets out of the way, and then get the bulb. And I'm just watching them like in awe, as if it's the most like it's a Marvel movie, you know. And it's like that's right. I think you told me before you like the smell of gasoline, or someone did. That was you with bomb threats. Oh yeah, that was our generation's. Like obviously they have mass shooter drills. Jesus Christ, dude! This little autoplay video is showing like images of Gaza. And they're blurring it, but like, you know, here's this kid with no legs and bloody stumps, and you're like, Jesus Christ! I was like, I don't think. I mean, it was blurred, so I don't think it would have been a problem, but it wasn't on stream, and I was like, oh fuck. Yeah. That sidetracked my brain for a second. I think I talked about it with you earlier, Goat, but I was thinking of playing through the Batman series, because you were like, oh, we can laugh about how sexist the game is, whatever. And I was like, the other day I played that the game that was like my work or whatever. But like, I don't know, I'm in a bit of a playing a game kind of mood. Eventually I can play Soma. Maybe I figured Kara probably wants to watch that mostly. But there's some Batman stuff. I mean, it's not necessarily the most is it not the most, I don't know, DC stories of all, but I definitely want to make sure I get some mixed content in here. Not the Telltale Batman. I mean, I guess we could do those as well, but I feel like I remember Hassan playing it at one point. But so we worried. And also, I have also played at least the first game, maybe not the sequel to it. So like it's like decisions I've already kind of remember and some spoilers, whatever. So it wouldn't hit as hard. Unless I'm misremembering something. But I'm going to... Oh, I also finished a print as well. I can grab that real fast. I'll go use the restroom. And then we'll get started on some other stuff. Yeah, the Telltale games are kind of cool, and they're not. I mean, they're kind of. And then each chapter is a specific length of a certain type, but they're neat. Just because I really loved. I know you're Jack Kerr. I know Jack Kerr is in it, and that's dumb. It's the Telltale version. I don't recognize anything named Jack Kerr, but I'm sure a lot of names fall out of my head. I don't know, like earwax or whatever. I don't know. It's something that just constantly gets just pushed out of my brain. All right, I'll be right back. Yep. Oh yeah, The Walking Dead was where I really like. That was like one of the first games that made me feel emotional, and like the story was really good. Just playing through the first one with Lee, it was awesome. It's the Woker. You got the Woker and then the Diddler. Oh no! Wait, the Diddler sounds much worse than the Riddler. The Riddler just sounds like annoying, and the Diddler sounds much worse. Although that's maybe too close to home with reality. P. Diddy, yeah. Yeah.
So many liberals does it take to change a log by bulb?
A log by blob?
They're too busy.
Better than conservative comedy. I went and grabbed the thing out of the 3D printer that I just printed, and I just printed this thing. And you're like, what the hell is that thing? It's only a couple of pieces of an entire thing. I don't think these are the correct size dice, but all my dice are in like my Warhammer storage thing with the shed. The idea is when you play Warhammer 40k, you have lots of dice, and frequently you might have like a squad of 5 guys, and if they're in half range, they can fire 10 shots, and long range 5 shots. You have like dice that you do everything with fucking big numbers of d6, and you might need 5 or you might need 20 or 40. It's nice to be able to count them out quickly without taking too much time, because the game takes too fucking long as is. So the idea is, and I don't know if these dice are the correct size, but I'm pretty sure they are. You would just have a bunch of dice, and instead of having to constantly like organize them into little rows or whatever, you would just pour them into this thing, and then it would sort the dice into clean, neat rows that you can then grab 5 at a time. Now, obviously, there's only so many dice in here, so it didn't fill in. And there's going to be a lid on top, as well as a little door for the front. That way you can have the dice not pour out, and then you open the lid and they come out. So you could like close it up, and shake it just in case things get lodged or something. But it's just a neat little thing that I saw. And it was a free model. And I was like, oh yeah, my brother will probably like that. So he doesn't watch my streams. I can just talk about it. I'll probably give it to him because he might have a use for it. Or it's just too big, another big ass thing to have. And he'll just say, fuck it, I just count my dice like normal. I'll just be normal about it, is what he'll probably say. But I'm pretty happy with how it seems to work. The person who designed it did a pretty good job. I can print the next piece. So I printed out the big section there. I go back to prepare. I can do this section pretty easily. I sprayed up the plate. That'll print off in no time. Yeah. I enjoy 3D printing stuff. I'm a bit of a... Yeah, no brim. Why is there a brim here? Does the object have a brim? Yeah, no brim. I don't need brims. I don't have a problem with stuff coming unstuck from my build plate, so... This will take 1 hour and 43 minutes. Go get 'em, bub. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, put that to the side. Okay. Full screen. I will move my chat box where I can see it. Oh, I should also change my title. Ha. Playing. Wait, why isn't it typing? I highlighted. It's not typing. So, what do you think is a better way to go about things? The order the games were released in, or the chronological order of how the games are supposed to be? Because according to release date order, it goes Asylum, then City, then Origins, then Night. But Origins takes place before Asylum timeline-wise. And then apparently there's some like... I don't know. I guess there might be like DLCs for some of these things. Yeah. Season pass. Yeah, there's a whole Harley Quinn thing. I'm born in 1929. Yes, I always just leave that as the date. January 1st. I've never played this before. It costs $2. Oh, I'll never be able to afford this. Okay, we can probably buy a few of these DLCs if they cost $2. I know Harley Quinn's a person that Goat enjoys the character, and who doesn't enjoy Harley Quinn? The sexiest one is City. Is it? I thought just because Knight has the newest graphics, it would be the best or whatever. Because I was ready to boot up Asylum, but then Origins would technically be Timeline. But I assumed I was planning on doing, without any other input, I was planning on doing in order of release because I assumed the story writers knew that they were releasing something. So like it's intentionally a prequel, but in a way that's like it works with the narrative. That's how I was figuring it should be. The writers of City don't like Quinn. Oh, but they made DLC for her at least. I don't think anyone else says it. You said sexist one. I looked at the first half of the word and I was like, sexy. Right. So you saying release order? Okay. Fuck Origins, though. Yeah, Origins also had this other thing that I had in my collection. I'd never even played it before. But it's like some like 2D version of the game. Where it's like, it has like an implied third dimension that it scoops around. But ultimately, it's a 2D version of the game that you like fight within. Which is kind of crazy to think about. Like it's 2D, yeah. But it according to this, continue the storyline of the console version and discover more details of the Dark Knight's past. So it takes place after Origins, but before, whatever. I don't know how long it is. It might be really. It also has like comic book style art and stuff. If you look at the preview, because people said that. Wait, I thought there was supposed to be a video. Oh, I need to do this. Got it. Yeah, like there's sections. Probably loud as hell. Where like the narrative is told through like comic book style or whatever. Anyway. Problem for later. And then I have Game of the Year edition or regular. Wait, I only have. Damn it! I can't. It's hard to read these words. Yeah. I thought I had. I guess I have. City Game of the Year versus City Normal, right? So I assume Game of the Year is better, and maybe it has DLC or something. There's no DLC button, so maybe it's all included. That'll be nice when we get to City, the most sexist one, the Game of the Month edition. That's what like battle passes are for, but it's battle pass for a single player game. So I don't understand what a battle pass like that's supposed to be. I booted this up before just to like make sure my controller worked and stuff, but I have like a 0%. Wait, they're saying there's an error and the print plate doesn't match. I'm gonna double check. It should be fine. Maybe I didn't put the plate back in correctly, or some of the spray paint, or not spray paint, the hairspray got like glumped up. Let me see. I just reslid it back in there. I think it's fine. Oh yeah, the combat looked very much so like the Arkham games. I don't know, like, it's been a while since I played a Assassin's Creed game, but is the would you say the combat's similar, where you kind of like, oh, did I? What is spelling? Who knows? ARKH? Oh, I need to set the game title. That'll help me that'll give me the name of the thing. Oh, there's Return to Arkham Asylum. "13 viewers, baby. Done. ARKHAM. ARKHAM. Got it. Oh, I hit the gear on my, like, the little metal thing. So, interesting. Gunk. Ugh. Yeah, I also have through different, like, there's like a Prime Gaming thing that you get, and they give you new things every week or month or whatever. And at some point between the different services of GOG and Epic Games and games free with Prime, I ended up with the Star Wars Lego games, which I've heard are good, and also the Indiana Jones Lego games of some amount. I don't know if it's all of them or just a couple of them, but I was like, oh, apparently I have some Lego games. Neat. All right. This is working. These are all connected. It's annoying that I have to like constantly try and double check how I have them. It's like, I wish there was an easier way to like figure out where they are when you need them. I decided to get my chat back up. Okay. I think Batwing's in night. Start. If it's not loud enough, I can increase the volume. That's just for me. And then y'all can get higher. Let's see how that sounds. So this is 0%, but I'll just delete it just in case. That way you actually get the thing. Oh. Maybe thinking of Nightwing, not Batwing. Brightness. All my monitors are different. Subtitles, yes. Continue, yes. Enemies are tougher, have better awareness of hiding places. I'll probably just pick normal, because I don't need to do... Yeah, true. I don't need to do, like, challenge mode or whatever. It's, like, it's fine. Hide the mouse. Oh, I see. For America only? Yeah. This is what it looks like in New York when Mamdani becomes mayor. Permanently raining, permanently night. Billionaires forced to punch people on the streets. Bedlam. Hard to argue with that.
Fool, I've got a bomb. Huh? All right.
Is it asylum specifically a criminal psychological ward? Or is asylum just a word for psychological? Or is it, like, I never really analyzed it. I just have been context clues the entire time, you know?
Hey, Sharpie. Love what you've done with the place.
That's Warden Shop to you.
Holes!
Yo, Frankie, how's the wife and kids? You miss me?
Shut it, clown! A lot of people here really want to talk to you.
I guess in the raw definition of what an asylum is versus something else, but
Not
definitely
so tight, boys. You'll
the
crease
Arkham
the
one is a
suit.
prison.
Get that filthy degenerate out of here.
Warden, something's not right. I'm going with him.
60 FPS all of a sudden. That makes me mean that I'm able to play.
Is Commissioner Gordon here?
Yes, sir. He's waiting for you down at patient handover. He got here just before you did.
Definitely looks like a cop.
Loves his cameras. Hey, Sharpie, you getting my good side? Ah, but heck, we're all good, aren't they?
This is Luke Skywalker Joker, right?
Another escape and I will lose support for my men.
Look at all this new security. How's the guy supposed to break out of here?
I hope it's enough, Officer.
New patient in the intensive treatment lobby.
Mark Hamill, that's right.
All non-essential staff to vacate the area.
I'm so bad with names. It's stupid that I...
Nice to return to my sweet little hacienda.
It's stupid that I can remember Luke Skywalker's name, but not Mark Hamill's name, right? Like, it's like the way that they get connected. I can tell you a fucking bunch of 40K names, but I couldn't tell you the names of people in my DSA.
Scan initializing.
You know what? I prefer the good old cavity search. Much more personal.
Got a red light. Multiple prohibited items.
I want Joker searched again.
It's not the patient. It's...
Ooh, would you sneak in with your bats? Come on, tell me. Batarang.
I mean, this guy's got a fucking rifle.
Ooh, bat snacks.
Scan is green.
I can't see Automod, sorry.
Open the gate. Get him out of there. I want weapons on him at all times. Do not let him out of your sight.
Let me just take a look real fast so I can tell you what it was. A Zionist shithead. Oh, right, Mark Hamill. Good call. Held message for reason, race, ethnicity, or religion. Allow post the chat. I think that's fine, because it's not really even his race, ethnicity, or religion. So I think you're incorrect. So I will correct Automod, because tisk, that's not correct. It's their political beliefs.
There'll be time enough for you later, Cash. Speaking of time, tick tock. Is that
Or the criminally sane. Or the criminally insane.
What's up, Doc? Pencil me in for tomorrow at 4.
Yeah.
We got a lot of catching up to do.
Keep behind me.
This is one of the things I always, like, whenever people get mad about, like, oh my god,
Ooh, it's my favorite show.
you don't want to kill, you know, prisoners or whatever it is. And I'm like, the prisoner is not the Joker. He's not constantly escaping from prison and then recommitting crimes, right?
For the criminally insane. Situated on a small island.
Hear about Blackgate, boss?
Shut up! Go, catch you soon, boss.
Shut it and keep moving.
The state of the wiring in these federal facilities is, well, it's shocking. My boys over there could have been hurt in that unfortunate fire.
Just gotta check your prisoner, Officer Bowles.
Whatever, just be quick.
Only following procedure. Well, patient seems to be in satisfactory condition. Looks like he suffered minor lacerations, probably in the last 2 hours.
This guy's voice.
Need to take my temperature? I'd be happy to drop my pants.
He's all yours. Get him out of here.
Steve Blum is the name of that voice actor who's in a lot of things. Yeah, Spike, yeah. He does a whole bunch of things. And I only know that because one of the people's profiles on Something Awful was Steve Blum screaming about something. And that was like in like the little description of their avatar.
You heard the lady. We got another psycho on the way.
Can you smell the excitement in the air? No? Must have been one of the guards then. Rocco boy! Is that you?
There are things that are limiting, like some skin texture is kind of fucked.
Get ready.
Like the Joker's fake skin or like makeup skin or whatever. Whoa. It's a big boy. Even like Batman's like stoic face looks kind of plastic, but like otherwise the graphics otherwise seem pretty decent for the time. It's in this game is like 2008 or something.
What's it doing?
I've got your scent, Batman. I will hunt you down.
Get that animal under control!
It is.
A toy collar won't stop me from killing you, Batman. I'll
right, yeah.
rip you apart. Eat your bones.
That reminds me, I really need to get me some new
Okay,
shoes.
move up.
Because he has a unreasonable belief that he's a giant crocodile. That can't be. He's a man.
Great night
Must
for a
be
party.
insane.
Not where you're going.
The night is young, Bats. I still have a trick or two up my sleeve. I mean, don't you think it's a little bit funny how a fire at Blackgate caused hundreds of my crew to be moved here?
I thought I told you to stay quiet.
Oh, Frankie, you really should learn to keep that fat mouth of yours shut. It'll get you into trouble.
Tell me something. You've never let me catch you this easily. What are you really after?
Oh, nothing much. Hundreds dying in pain and fear. All their meaningless lives brought to a horrifying conclusion. All thanks to you and a book of matches. Was that the answer you wanted?
Yeah. He was a giant. Like, he was huge.
Prison facility. Their presence.
What's he doing?
Stay where you are.
Get a flashlight. Get a light on him.
Admission to our institution is temporary.
What? Don't you trust me?
Our guest has arrived.
It is crazy that
Intensive treatment.
like
Lower floors
so I'm just thinking like
now at level red alpha.
we have American citizens being like held down, shackled, head shaved.
Busted out of here.
Only 3? I'll be sure to try harder next time. What
They're treating the
say we
Joker with
aim
fucking
for
kindness in
100?
comparison to fucking American citizens.
Long night, Jim.
Joker invades City
Dude,
Hall
Jim looks
and holds
jacked.
the mayor hostage, leaving it to me to juggle SWAT teams, the media, and you. Yeah, it's been a hell of a night.
Hopefully the last one we'll ever have with him.
Yeah, right.
Hold it there. Sorry, Batman. Arkham staff only.
I assure you, if anyone's qualified, it's...
Listen, I appreciate the assistance, but he'll unsettle the more violent inmates.
I think he's talking about you, Bats. Don't be a stranger. You're always welcome here.
Yeah.
I say it's good to be back.
You okay?
He surrendered almost without a fight. I don't like it.
At least he's back where he belongs.
Wait a minute, that cop was drinking on the job. That doesn't seem like what a cop would do.
Joker's loose. Alert the warden.
The joke's on you. Ta-da! Honey, I'm home.
Come on in.
Welcome to the madhouse, Batman! I set a trap, and you sprang it gloriously! Now let's get this party started.
Uh-oh. A bunch of tough guys.
Ladies and maniacs, I apologize for this interruption to your regular entertainment. Up until a few seconds ago, I scheduled everyone in the room and the cartoon.
That's right. Yeah, there it is. The magnetic flying around the room attacks. Very nimble for a big guy.
I'm just warming you up, bats. Fresh from Blackgate Correctional Facility, with a combined sentence of 752 years. Ding, 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 ding. It's round 2. Sorry, bats. Gotta run. I got this.
Oh, that's the. Oop. They're not standing up fast enough for me to keep my combo going. It's not my fault. They do keep a lot of protein in these prisons, though, or asylums.
We're stuck in here. Joker's in full control of the security gates.
I'll find a way out. Gordon, try and contact the warden. Let him know what's happened. I'll be back.
Don't make promises you can't keep, bats. I'm in control of the asylum. You're not going anywhere I don't want you to. Understand?
If you think I'll let you run...
Blah, blah, blah. Always with the hero speed. Ooh, I'm getting bored of watching you. Why don't you just come find me?
Yeah. Bubble guts. Yeah.
You know it's a trap.
Of course it is.
I wonder how many people are in this prison, because they're just shirtless men ready to run and beat my ass. The drop of a hat. They must put a lot of motherfuckers in jail. Also, it's kind of funny that he like escapes and then runs into prison. Whoa, there's a question mark here. It's a clue. Opens. I'm definitely not going to be finding every Joker statue. That was one thing I knew that took a long time. There's no sprint button. Oh. Unconscious. Detective mode. As a critic of anarchism back when anarchists were doing propaganda of the deed. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Hey, Gordon, I can see your penis. What the? Oh, it gave me a spaghetti warning. What's the problem now? Let me see. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's your problem right there. That's okay. We'll just stop. We'll pick that up later. Yep, you're right. Good call on that. That's I'm not sure what happened there. I guess maybe I did need a brim after all. Maybe I was wrong. I should have trusted the designer. This... Nope, not this one. This one. What? Yes. Okay. Let me in. I mean... LT aim batarang. RT throwback. Oh, very nice. The auto aims for you. I usually play games on mouse and keyboard, but it's like, I have a controller. I should play in controller. I do wish there was a sprint, though. I'm trying to click in the button to get a sprint going, but... Oh well. It's fine. I'm not sure what the point of killing those little teeth are. Proceeding corridor.
Everywhere that madman goes, death is sure to follow.
Looks like it gives me XP or something.
All patients should take their medication at the prescribed times each and every day.
Well, I think they said that some of the people from Blackgate got to come and get transferred here for some reason. Oh, a whole day to run. There we go.
Warning.
Oh, wow.
Security
nice.
breach in level B2.
Wait, is this the type of suit that he can't move his neck in?
Level B8.
Like in that one movie from the 90s?
Security breach in level B1.
It's people. Just start punching. They look too jacked to be like...
Warning.
Polite.
Security breach in level B4.
Whoa!
Warning. Security breach in level B.
It was something about like Joker's like, why do you think they transferred me here where all of my people from Blackgate came from or whatever?
Warning. Security
Some
breach
explosion
in
happened.
level B8.
that made them need to move things over or something.
Loud and clear. What's up?
Joker's escaped custody. He's running free in Arkham.
Do you need anything? Is my dad still there?
Commissioner Gordon is safe. Joker's not far ahead. I'll stay in contact.
Man, laptops were bigger back then, huh? Damn. Also, what the fuck is all this paper? Well, they're throwing away half of it, so. This way? Yes.
Let him go! You'll only end up in more trouble if you continue!
Talk.
Thank God. It's Zsasz. He's got Mike. He's strapped in the chair. Zsasz has totally lost it.
Wait here.
You can't. He'll kill Mike if he sees anyone trying to get close.
He won't see me.
I see anything that looks even a little bit like a bat, and this guard dies. Do you hear me? Look at the
Okay.
big eye.
I'm guessing I can go through a vent or something. Or...
Think about what you're doing, Zsasz!
Zsasz is a name I recognize from the Gotham TV show or from... Was it the... I can't remember which TV show it was. Where he played some, like, gangster guy who was like a brutal killer or something.
Keep away, or this little piggy fries.
Talk to guard.
Zsasz has got my buddy. He's gonna fry him. Do something, please.
Keep him occupied. I need to get behind him.
I see anyone.
I've got to get close enough to Zsasz to strike.
He'll see me coming on the ground, so I'll stay up high.
Detective mode. Look
These
up.
old
Grapple.
gargoyles should be able to support my weight if I grapple up to them.
Nice. Execution room gargoyles. Forward a click glide by focusing the camera when the enemy is above. Guide kick. Glide kick.
Zsasz is down.
Right trigger plus...
Got to get close and take him out.
Someone put this animal back in his cell.
Huh. Victor Zsasz is a serial killer hitman. Every person he kills, C tier.
Harley Quinn here. How do you like my new uniform? Pretty hot, huh? Oh, I got something to show you. 1 second, B-Man. I'm now subbing for the old man. Old Sharp has never been happier. In case you ain't figured it out, today is the Joker's big homecoming, and you're the guest of honor.
You have one chance to surrender, Quinn.
Tempting, Bats, but no dice. Now the inmates are running the asylum. Well, technically the Joker's goons shipped in from Blackgate, but you get the idea. Bye-bye for now.
What's her accent?
Batman,
Is
you picking this up?
is there a
Oracle,
specific
I'm here.
Arkham Asylum
accent
just
that Harley's
vanished
is supposed to
off the
be?
network.
He's in control of the security system. He's probably isolated it from the grid.
That's not all he's done. All police feeds are reporting he's placed bombs all over Gotham. Says he'll detonate them if anyone sets foot on Arkham Island. It's being suppressed at the moment, but the story will break any time now.
He's lying. It's just a diversion to keep people away.
How do you know?
I know him.
I mean, I could see it being a Jersey. I mean, it's a
radio. Control
a
should
comic
be able
book
to shut down
accent.
the gate.
Harley thinks she has me trapped in this chamber.
Hey,
She
hey,
never
hey,
was
hey.
very bright.
Wait, no, she was bright. That she is bright. All right, that's supposed to be pick up trophy. Wow. Also, man, they don't build walls that they used to. I'm having memories of the foam exploding that we saw in the preview of the Batman Lego game. So I'll have to wait till I get that gadget. Classic Metroidvania game.
Hey, Batman found a way out. He just ripped the vent off the wall.
You're like, hey man, we gotta fix that. What the fuck, Batman? You're just like You're kind of like not really a part of
Patching
this.
you into the guard radio feed.
Steve, more Blackgate prisoners. By the boiler. Who's that behind them? Oh my god, it's Joker. He's free! How'd he break out?
Sorry, feed's down. Comms are up and down like crazy. It's not good. I'll keep trying.
I love the vents that the size a jacked man can crawl through. That is one of the tropes of movies and games, is knocking people out just by beating them up with just the right amount, and then they go, ugh, and then they're just down for as long as you need them to be down. And also vents. I'm compelled to do this for some reason. I get bats that fly in.
Warning. Decontamination room. Toxins detected.
Damn it!
Oh, that doesn't seem good.
Trapped in there.
Warning. Decontamination room. Area sealed.
What is that stuff?
Joker toxin. Listen, the room is full of poison gas. Anyone caught in there is dead.
Are you gonna get in there and help them, Batman?
Grapple with a grapple. Oh.
I can see people. They're still moving. God, they're all dying in there.
Uh-huh.
This isn't a simple escape attempt. Joker's been planning this.
Nothing gets past this detective.
Please help me.
When he said, I've been planning this. Rescue guard. Oh,
You're
hey.
gonna be fine. Stay here.
Hold A to run and jump. Hi-ya. What the?
Batman's
Oh.
here. Just hold on a little longer, Steve. I can't. I'm gonna fall.
Hold on. There you go.
I'm going after the animal who did this.
Batman! The extraction system! Steve was trying to get to the control panel at the end of the room!
Glide after leaping. Hey, hold glide. Whee.
I can't believe he left me here!
Come here. Leave no man behind. I was not expecting that. I guess I don't know what I was expecting, but I was not expecting that. Should have seen how it looks on the thing. They gave me instructions to do something. How do I... They wanted me to do something. I wasn't listening. Somebody was trying to get over somewhere to do something. Oh, it's probably that glowing thing on the wall.
There's the extractor control point. A well-aimed batarang should power it up.
There we go. I guess I could have, like, let the guy die or something. That's crazy.
Attention. Air purity is now at normal levels. Attention. Decontamination room access is now permitted.
Hooray.
Go Batman!
Haha. Yeah, let's see. This is, they don't only show up, but they don't glow. So it's good to know. I guess I'm collecting. Oh, hello. Ground pound. I like the slow motion final hit. I'm gonna go that way, but I want to go this way. Whenever a game wants me to like not go the other path, I always feel compelled. Wait, wasn't I just here? Right bumper. Let's see. Would you look at all these vents? This is probably like some Riddler trophy or something. environment. Oh, okay. Not the guy. Yeah, what is? Can I? Well, it's the same thing as. I guess I could have fought those guys from above, but whatever. Let's beat their ass. They sure do let you. They make sure you don't forget that you're in Arkham. They got the branding on point. The branding book is well.
What took you so long?
There's no escape, Joker. I will find you.
Oh, I'm counting on it. Just not yet. He's a big one.
Okay. What the fuck is going on in this prison? Also, direction and evade. Do I fight you or do I just dodge you? Like this. Yeah, I fight you. Not like that, though. I thought I had iframes. Guess not. That's alright. I'll be fine. Dodge. Okay, maybe you hit a wall and like get some good hits in. Oh, look at that. You got shot. I got shot. Well, I can fly across the room when I want to. Just not now. Is that it? Now, practice needs more practice.
Well, that was unexpected, wasn't it? Oh well, note to self, need stronger test subjects. Seeing as how I'm feeling generous, I'll give you this one for free. Knock me off, I dare you. End this. Pull the plug. Stop me once and for all. Oh, you're getting too predictable, Bats. Well, I'd love to stay and chat, but I have a party to organize. I've got guests flying in from all over Arkham. You'll see.
This is a big-ass facility. All right, buddy?
Quick, get in here before more of them come.
Oh, you have unlocked Wayne Tech upgrade. W Tech. Fill the XP meter to upgrade the bat suit and gain enhanced skills. Select your upgrade from Wayne Tech's selection screen. Special combo throw. Allow Batman to perform an unblockable grab and throw after achieving a combo score of 8x. Multiple targets. Can continue the chain attacks after a combo. Oh, wait. They just... Oh. One upgrade available. Interesting that some are locked? Maybe it's like a more enhanced version of a throw. I'm used to seeing things in a tree, not like in a number line. So, power up Batarang during combos. I don't really do that during combat. Doubles the power of normal combo strikes when strikes are timed perfectly. I guess if I need to build combos later, that's important. Swoop down and grab assailants as they pass under gargoyles and leave them strung up. That seems very handy for making the stealth grab them all as much faster. Extra protection. Just don't get hit. Easy peasy. Yeah. Don't have enough points. I guess I'll eventually get the throw. That sounds fun.
Batman, I'm over here.
Hey, what up?
They came out of nowhere. I dragged Jerry in here. Powered up the gate. Must have passed out.
Joker went through that door. What's on the other side?
Suddenly
Call it
close.
extreme isolation. Only way in is via the transport system.
Open it.
Not a problem. I'll just need to call another cell. Okay. Something's wrong here. The main security loop is locked.
Having a little trouble up there?
Joker.
You were expecting maybe Two-Face?
There's no escape, Joker.
Silly bat! I don't want to escape. I'm having way too much fun. I even have
They
you
definitely
here to give a smile on my
spend
face.
much more time
not for long
animating the Joker than they did anybody else.
Ta-ta! Oh, I forgot to say. Just in case you were planning on following me, I've arranged a little insurance. Gordon is on his way to Harley as we speak.
Officer Bowles.
Officer Balls. No. He's drinking.
Forward to it. Maybe I'll film it and post
A moral failing. His addiction is a moral failing. That's what caused him to...
The transport system is down. Best I can do is open the door you came in. Sorry.
I should go back to the holding cells. Bowles wasn't too smart. He'll have left a
Locate
trail.
and analyze holding cells. Bowles wasn't too smart. Ooh. The map tells me my objectives. Got it. Oh, map and objectives. Yeah, there you go.
Batman, what's happening?
Joker's escaped. He sealed himself off. He's got your father.
Dad.
Don't worry, I'm getting him back.
Okay, I know, but...
Oracle, I'm getting him back. Joker will not win.
Oracle?
I won't let him. I'm
Batgirl
starting
reference.
where he was taken. A guard named
Batwoman?
Frank
Batgirl.
Bowles attacked him. If I find Frank, I'll find your father.
Bruce, hurry, please.
Frank Bowles, character info. I'm pretty sure, yep, on the right track. Just turn left here.
I bet you're wondering how I did it. Was it a clue the great detective missed? Oh, me and Frankie go way back. I got him out of the spot of bother a few years ago. So when I need security codes or an old man to be clubbed to the ground, I know just the man to ask.
Huh. Wonder what she got him out of a few years ago. Speaking of getting out of, there was that person who was caught red-handed doing a bunch of crazy sex crime shit, like pedophilia shit. But then they got to go back to working with Netanyahu in Israel.
Thought he was gonna wet himself.
Speaking of getting out of a jam and being able to do corrupt things because of getting them out of a jam.
Clever anymore,
Anyway.
are you? He's here!
It's Batman!
Our real world fucking Joker. They're talking about how Officer Bowles, the Joker helped Officer Bowles out. The Joker said, I helped out Officer Bowles out of a sticky situation once, and now he's so helpful, you know, giving me access codes or the old man or whatever, right? And I was like, oh, speaking of, you know, helping somebody out, that one Netanyahu,
Intensive treatment. Lower floors are at level red.
advisor or
All transport
co-worker,
links are temporarily
someone
disabled.
who works for Israel, caught doing pedophilia shit, and then being allowed to not use diplomatic immunity and just
Holding cells. I'm setting up a crime scene.
So what's the plan?
Just had to-
Isolate something in that room unique to both?
Exactly.
detective mode.
Bowles dropped his flask. Sloppy. Let's see what the forensic scanner picks up.
Hold.
I can follow traces of alcohol from Frank's bourbon in the atmosphere.
Oracle, I've got a trail.
That's great. You follow it. I'm grabbing every reference to Arkham I can find. Maybe useful later.
Whiskey. Whiskey. Hold on. I thought I saw a green thing over here. Oh, that's just a shiny tile. Yeah, but they were able to pay their bail and then leave the country, despite probably not being allowed to leave the country under such strict things. I see. There's a wall here. I'll have to get around this later. Probably where this alcohol will lead me. Whiskey breath. Officer Bowles farted in his pants, and he left a little bit of a skid mark. I can analyze the shit smell. Ah, yes.
Darn elevator. Stupid. Unreliable. How did Joker get...
Be quiet.
What's going on?
Shut up.
B-Man. Mr. J doesn't want you following us just yet.
Get down!
What the hell happened?
How did you like that, B-Man? No way you're following us now. You're trapped down here till me and Mr. J are ready for you.
He's in a little chair right here. Yeah.
Gordon was taken up to the surface in the elevator. If I want to follow them, I'll need to do this the old-fashioned way.
Wow, no guns are even actually... Even the security don't have guns. Already, more restraint from the comically bad Arkham than our current real world. Going back up the old-fashioned way. What's this?
Harleen Quinzel?
Call me Harley. Everyone does.
I'm surprised you want to intern here at Arkham.
I've always had a thing for extreme personalities. You can't deny there's an element of glamour to these super criminals.
I'll warn you right now, these are hardcore psychotics. Most would rather kill you than speak to you.
I'm sure I'll be fine, Doctor.
They'll eat you
Not a
for
very
breakfast.
doctor way to speak.
I mean it. One or two of them will enjoy it too. Be careful.
Listen, these disgusting freaks. And it's like, wait, aren't you... Okay, sure. What? Oh, that does not work the way I thought it would. Okay. My little Zoom program doesn't work when I'm in game, which I guess makes sense. I'm just like the proportions, comic book proportions, but I guess it's pretty similar to the model in game. The Harlequin suit, I guess. Wait, Harley Quinn. It's not that I didn't know that, but I was just didn't connect it in this moment. Real name, Dr. Harley Quinzel. Wait, really? That's supposed to be her real name? That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, I guess my name is Sniffin, and I've got a big honker of a nose, so whatever. I guess I can't talk, but... $5.7. First appearance, Batman, Harley Quinn, #1. In the 90s? Really? I guess that makes sense. 2090. I see. Right. That was even like Back in the day, Jessica Simpson would do things and like act like the dumb person. Like when she would play Dukes of Hazzard, she would play the dumb blonde. And everybody I knew in like high school or whatever would be like, oh yeah, she's such a dumb blonde. And I'm like, I mean, obviously the character or whatever is different, but like even the actor just plays that. Like she's a grown human woman. Like she's not that stupid. Like she can act that stupid because she is not stupid, right? She wouldn't be able to act so stupid if she was stupid. What the hell? You don't have to be mad to work here, but certainly helps. What an inspirational little thing. And what's this? Huh? Wait, show Batman. Okay, that's me. Then what's that little icon? That's weird. Oh, is it the last, like, breathalyzer I have? I forget where I came up now. All right, that comes out of here. Cobwebs. What the? It's important to let loose. Dear Sir, Madam, I'm writing to inform you that your review is and will be to loading cage crazy. I can't read that. Hey, it's me, Max Sec. Is this where the thing is? This is a little fun lore room. What the hell? Really? I thought this would be where the little machine is. I gotta like break for that box. Okay. Wait, now I'm confused. Now I'm underneath the elevator. Weird. Maybe I've gone too far, and I'll have to come back here later. Or something else. Let's continue following the alcohol breath. Acquired. Really? That's crazy. I've never had a problem with people getting mad at me after that thing.
Hello? What's happening there? I'm trying to contact Steve. Is he there? Hold 1 second. I'll
Like-
see if I can find him.
Oh, I need this insulin to live. And it only costs this much to make insulin. But
But I can only find his head. I'll get back to you when I find the rest of them.
somebody wants to make profit off of that, and I'm willing to live. So I'm willing to pay as much as possible to afford it. But like, it doesn't stress them out. It's not a rare resource. It's actually pretty doable. And the more you do it, the cheaper it becomes, right? So all the more reason. And someone being able to gatekeep that behind an unnecessary price just seems pretty evil. And no one's ever been like, yeah. Everyone's like, yeah, that sucks. Fuck that. I've never had somebody be like, I think they have the right to do it. I think if you build a really nice toaster, that's your toaster, man. But like, oh wait, I'm going backwards now. I want me to go there. So I turn around here and go through that door. Whoop. Sometimes when I'm hitting buttons on this thing, it just like triggers a minimize or something. It might be like it might be like slightly getting out of the bounding block or something. Back to here again. Wait. Oh. I have it backwards. I'm so easily distracted. We're just retracing our step. Buddhist or anti-China? I mean, I would think that any religious person would understand the reasonable decision to have health of the innocent be an important part of the system. But I don't understand Buddhism, I guess. I don't know. I know my understanding what a Buddhist is like a probably comically simple
Hey, Dabs!
guys with bald heads and orange clothes kind of thing.
I got a little something for you to listen to. Harley and Frank are nearly out of the building with the old man. How are they going to get past all those guards? Let's have a listen, shall we?
Hey, Frank, breathe in.
Old
Joker's
Adrian
got
Crapper.
more men
Oh,
on
that's
the way.
cool.
They're coming around the front of the asylum. Gotta stop them getting in. Quick, get over there. Damn, come on, everyone, cover the main entrance.
How many are there, Bowles? Hang on, how the hell do you know it? Bowles! Frank, what are you doing? No, put it down!
Frank, no! Frank, we're only allowed to have so many friendly fire incidents. No, Frank. We're slightly over this quota. No.
Fall for someone like you.
Stop sweating with a hired help, Harley.
Oh.
Don't worry,
Metroidvania.
you know I only have eyes for you.
Did you hear that? Sounds like Frankie's working out just fine. I'm a valuable employee for the organization.
Will Warden Sharp please make his way to the secure unit? I repeat, will Warden Sharp please go to the secure unit? Arkham Asylum is at level
Seems like I'm supposed to do something with
Alpha.
that, but I guess it could just be maintenance
All
equipment.
Category 1 patients will be pacified on site.
Now we're cooking. They didn't make this place for HVAC guys that I know. They're all like 6'4". So. Hold left bumper to scan. Out of view.
I am the spirit of Amadeus Arkham. Through my actions, I have saved this cursed city, though my own curse is to forever remain in the shadows. My story is carved into the very soul of Arkham, and will only be revealed to those dedicated enough to discover it.
You gotta find all these fucking things, okay? Then you get my story page. Like, Arkham's a building, right? Like, what the hell? Like, how can you be like...
These guards didn't put up much of a fight.
Joker was right. This is easy.
Pardon me for dropping in. Oh, you're enemies.
Let's finish this. Batman! Is he okay?
Batman, how's it going? Any sign of Dad?
Not yet, but I'm getting close. Harley Quinn tried to slow me down, dropped an elevator on me.
Did it work?
Of course not. I'll get back to you when I reach the end of the trail.
I built this asylum. I'm gonna call it Sniffin' Asylum. I mean, I guess. You wouldn't think it's gonna be a bad place, so you wouldn't be afraid to name it after yourself. Oops. This one.
Please! I got a kid! You don't have to!
Right. I don't have to. I just want to.
Okay,
Silent.
boss says no one gets
Breaking
past. Anything moves, shoot it. You got it. Anyone coming this way is dead.
All right, you got it. Anything that walks inside of this cone of my vision is
Joker's
dead.
men have taken control of the cell block transfer corridor.
That's not good. I patched into a guard radio. It sounds like Joker's crew have got their hands on weapons.
I know.
Sure do.
I'll calibrate the Cowl's vision mode to isolate armed henchmen. The direct approach is suicide. I need to be smart. Find a different way past them.
So is the back unit coming this way?
Happy. Drop down.
Dead man one.
Getting close for a silent takedown. That's very silent if I can get all three. I read it as actual, not actually, which is kind of funny. Yeah. My illiteracy usually helps out.
No problem. Where did this anything off? Arkham chumps never stood a chance.
Wait.
Oh, good. Our friendly neighborhood rodent is on his way. You need to set a trap. He must not leave this building. Do you understand me? Oh, look who it is. Are your pointy ears burning? I suppose I'd better warn my boys you're on the way. Hey, maybe I won't. It'll be a nice surprise.
What's the point of this giant security door when there's a giant vent that gets me right across it? Whee.
Joker here with a quick update on what's new in the asylum. Attention, we have an escaped patient.
The most dangerous thing for any security system is to have proper air conditioning.
Costumed and dangerous. Stop him before he gets someone hurt. Really, it's for his own good.
Alright, what do we got here? I unlocked the gargoyle takedown, so that'll come in handy.
Doesn't stand a chance. Oh, you guys are the best. Well, best I could find on such short notice.
What's that supposed to mean? Joker wants him stopped. I'm gonna do it.
Take up interview tape.
Patient interview number 1.
So, I'm your first, am I, Toots? Well, you know what they say. You never forget your first time. I'll try to make it you.
Oh, you already have. Tell me, why do you do the things you do?
Why do you think I do it?
Fame? Notoriety? A desire to stand out from the crowd? A wicked sense of humor?
You're good. How did you figure me out, Doc? I've had doctors poking around in here for years, and no one was as astute, and if you don't mind my saying, beautiful as you.
Really? Ah, you're just playing with me.
Well, you'll never know, will you? Unless...
Unless what? Tell me.
That didn't take long. I was like, the first words he said, she's like, that's it, I'm in. I'm in. Yeah. I mean, also, you know, she has no body, but also she's super strong, right?
Nothing to be afraid of. Just a man who likes to dress up as a bat. Ew, come to think.
Inverted takedown.
Scary. Did you really think it would be that easy, Bats? I sent a few more of my boys your way.
Don't worry, we hang them by their ankles. They don't die. I'm pretty sure if you're upside down for too long, you die.
Joker wants him found. Spread out. He could be anywhere. Then keep your eyes open. Now move. Come on, please, cut me down.
Upgrade. What do you get? Things I can't use. Upgrades to standard battering power. 2 targets. Thought you needed this for certain puzzles. I'm gonna wait. Yeah, like they're fooled by her joking around. What the hell?
You found him yet? Oh, come on! He's making you all look stupid.
Okay.
Don't freak out. We can handle this.
Wait, how do I climb down? It said A, climb down, but then it doesn't climb down.
Come on! He's just a loon like the rest of us. I mean, have you seen what he wears?
I did beat.
Don't like this at all.
One more. Look out!
Oh, those were the easy ones. I'm just playing with you. You'll see.
What the? Oh, how do I remote control that, right? Oh. Oh.
Joker must have figured out how I was tracking Gordon. Officer Bowles' trail
I would
stops
say
here.
Joker definitely feels like what I assume the Joker kind of is. Just without getting too deep into it, just his like silly little. I'm a bad boy. Door locked.
Yes, it is I, Edward Nygma, the Riddler, and more importantly, your intellectual superior. My genius has allowed me to easily hack into your primitive communications. My goal is simple. You complete a series of amusingly taxing challenges and, well, you'll see. Ready for your first one? Good. But be careful. Don't cut yourself on this sharply observed portrait.
There was a portrait with the green face on it. Unless it's in here. Like just in this room.
I said, don't cut yourself on this sharply observed portrait.
Well, I gotta find it before I can scan it. Okay. Portrait. Automatically think of a picture. Am I supposed to run all the way back to that picture, or is it supposed to be in this room? Let's see. Why would there be many pictures hanging up here anyway?
You know, portrait, painting, picture on the wall, in a frame.
Okay. That was what I was thinking.
A painting of something sharp.
See no paintings around here, man. Ah.
Warden, Sharp, that old guy who runs the place, in a painting? So you did it. Well done. I would have expected a child to work that one out, let alone the world's greatest detective.
What?
I, Edward Nygma, have placed a dazzling selection of challenges and puzzles around Arkham. Can you...
Over here!
What's up?
It was a massacre. Bowles came walking in telling everyone to cover the front entrance. Said something about Joker's army coming through the main gate. 2 of my guys moved to the exit, and Frank shot him dead. They never stood a chance.
Was Bowles alone?
Thought he was. Then I saw Harley Quinn. She was surrounded by Black Gate prisoners. They were just killing everyone in the room. I had no choice. I got in here, locked the door. I could see it on the security feed. They had someone with them. It looked like the commissioner.
Bowles is dead. They carried on without him. Must have outlived his usefulness.
Good. He was scum.
Wait, was that the guy who was on that gurney? Was that Bowles? I didn't notice.
Gloria. I promise.
Cops being cowardly. Classic. You don't know jack about Gotham. Tune in to find out. Yeah. The because even if, because he was like, oh, thankfully the things I want in life are cheap, and I don't care about money. And even though there's practical use to having it, the message it sends to burn it definitely says a lot more than just whatever little conveniences he would have around being able to keep some extra money around. And even his henchmen agree with that,
Jack Ryder is live,
which makes them more ideologically aligned than just mercenaries or whatever.
Jack Ryder with breaking news in the Gotham Bay. We're getting reports of an armed siege on Arkham Island. 2 minutes ago, Joker broadcast to all news channels this chilling message. Greetings, Gotham.
Oh, loading screen. Just a giant vent that you can see the other room through it. Like, no, I guess. Like, I always would think to myself, like, if I was in the shoes of Batman right here, or whatever, like, I'm in the dead end. Ah, but there's a vent here. Let me crawl into this vent and go where this takes me. You know, you end up in, like, a hole somewhere that you can't get back out of now or something. Like, those leaps of faith that always happen to be inside of the game. I'm always like, you wouldn't just take that, because you'd be like, well, I gotta find another way around, because this might not work. What I appreciate about games is how it's there for the entertainment. It's not there to be a perfect simulation. Like, Batman doesn't need to take a shit right now because it's not a simulation. And I guess to that extent, Harley doesn't need to have organs, I guess. 2 hostiles. Get on that glide. Oop. I can.
Harley tells me that the Batman's car is still parked just outside of the intensive treatment building. Now,
wait, who's friends?
have him up and leave us.
Sorry, sir, but you can't come in this way. It's locked down.
Where does the door lead?
Led to the old pump station. Warden Sharp had it closed down soon after he arrived. Said it was a security risk.
I mean, I guess eventually he would need to take a shit or a piss on the job, right? Because you would think that he could just use the restroom effectively, but, you know, long stakeouts. Rescue. I don't have any clear direction just yet, so I guess I just... Hey, I bet Ivy's inside of... Huh?
Oracle. Disable the Batmobile's countermeasure system.
I saw the alert. What's wrong? Where are you?
I'm outside the Arkham Mansion. Harley Quinn probably triggered the alarm. If she's still got Gordon with her, he could get hurt.
Okay, done. The Batmobile is still parked up outside the intensive treatment building in Arkham North. I've sent you the schematics for the entire island. I've marked key locations like your car.
Thanks, Oracle.
R. Protect Batmobile. Turn around. Go through the door on my left. Turn around. Door on my left. Help, my car! Guys, my car! Not this car. Woo! Okay. Good shot on that guy. Well, nothing to worry about now, clearly, because I am definitely not behind you. It's that armpit. You're okay, right? Yeah, they're fine. Oh. it. Can you see it?
The entire island will soon
Quit.
be under my control.
How much it costs to insure this thing?
My! Just wait till you see my plan for this place. It's going to be
You're gonna bleed back.
There's a supply of explosive gel in the trunk of the Batmobile. I may need it.
There's a trunk here? Where? What? That was a giant turbine.
Harley trashed the car.
Oh, I guess I'd like...
Looks like there was a scuffle. I need to search the area around the Batmobile. There could be a clue as to where she took Gordon.
Detective mode. Scan. Wait. Scan? Scan? How do you... Wasn't there a scan button?
Hello, I'm Warden Idiot. Just let me welcome you to your new home. Here in Idiot Asylum, we have just one...
Strange. This is Gordon's pipe. Barbara gave it to him. There's no way he'd leave it. Wild country. Gordon's favorite tobacco. Gordon's smarter than he looks. Left me a trail to follow.
Oracle, I found a pipe. It has your father's initials carved on it.
It was a birthday gift I gave him last year. There's no way he'd leave it.
Exactly. He's left me a trail to follow. He's alive, Barbara.
It's a pipe. Like, he dropped the pipe. There's no way he would have left it, but also there's no way he would have been dragged under his without his will, right? Like, so I feel like there's a chance that he could have left it here. I see. I picked different weapons here.
Paging Dr.
Spray
Howard.
drill.
Dr. Five, Dr. Howard.
LT, prepare. Oh. Oh. Shit. New upgrade available. Roku. Saw. I see a lot of trees. Climb. Climb. What's here? Sleeping cop. Ooh, more interview.
Take patient interview. Subject has no recorded name. Alias listed as the Joker. In the room is Warden Sharp and myself, Dr. Young.
Is this another one of those boring psych evaluation tests?
No, it's not. So, you're the famous Joker.
In the flesh. So, Doc, do you want me to look at the ink blots again? The first one is a kitten I had when I was a child. The second is, let's see, a dead elephant. The third is a...
Funny. Now let's skip the jokes.
Skip the jokes? Hey, Sharpie, didn't she get my permanent record? Be quiet, clown.
Every doctor that has ever interviewed you claims a different type of psychosis. Everything from multiple personality disorders to, well, the list is endless.
I do my best.
Well, I don't believe it. Anything can be cured given the correct treatment.
And you think you can cure me?
Oh, I know I can.
June 16th. March 3rd. Damn, on our orientation day, she goes straight in. Damn. So March, April, May, June. So there, seemingly that's after. Or it could have been the year before, I guess, but they didn't put a year on, so.
Joker here! Let me remind all new residents of Joker Asylum that they are expected to follow one simple rule. punishment for not following this rule is death. No
Right,
ifs,
yeah.
ands, or buts.
I meant that probably after Harley was like.
It's a secret.
That would be after Harley was flipped by the Joker. Just looking to see if I see anything that looks related to a Saw. Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Saw this. Tree something something. I do see a lot of trees, but nothing that looks like a cut down tree or anything.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting some troubling report of a bat infestation in Joker Asylum. Let me remind everyone that it is their civic duty.
I can't see any tobacco clumps. I'm going to have to retrace my steps and pick...
My family's blood ran through the heart of Gotham. We were doctors, politicians, and teachers. We have been the organ cleaning the arterial filth from the city. We have been its servants, giving all to protect it. And still it has chosen to hurt us.
Maybe because you saw people as arterial filth? Maybe that's why they didn't like you? We were the educated and privileged. The filthy, disgusting people around us. They didn't like it so much. Oh. I was just kind of goofing around. Didn't mean to. Oh, wait. Okay, that's death apparently. Well, this must come in handy later or something. Saw it. Can you see it? Seesaw. I see it. Oh, there's even little hats on it.
Of yourself, Dark Knight. It only gets harder from here.
Okay. Back to the pipe. I'll do stuff if I see it, but I don't want to. Okay. Pipe.
I just want everyone to know that I really appreciate all the hard work. You know, watching you.
The security doors are locked. I'm going
mostly
to
go
have
through
to
the
find
story,
another
but-
way around to get back on Gordon's trail. The wall ahead is weak enough for my explosive gel to blow through and open up a new path.
Even bigger idiot running around like a bat. Now get to it.
I'm not 100% on my left and right sometimes. Like I see the command to do right bumper, left bumper, and I'm like, Okay. How do I see the message again? Oh. Riddler challenge. Wait. Where am I now? Arkham North? Intensive treatment?
Can we just agree I'm cleverer than you?
Uh-huh. Looking and analyze these mysterious diaries, even I cannot fathom who... Oh, wait, that's these things.
Where would you find my home sweet home?
Something about Zaz, wasn't it? Oh, maybe Zeus?
Even I was shocked when I saw how Maxie Zeus was treated.
Okay. I'm gonna guess it's like the fucking electroshock treatment or electric chair. Huh. I see. I assume that's something I have to come out. I come out of that. I'm not allowed to. I guess I also come out of that as well. I can't go up to that. Okay. Wait. That's where I came in. I get turned around a lot too. Oh no, I came in through here. Oh, that is confusing. These are homies outside. Nothing to grapple gun to. Go. Out we go. There's that tobacco. That wacky tobacco. We're just working on public works. There was some big ass buckets of paint. I've never seen a bucket like that. I've seen like plastic drum buckets or the typical small can buckets, but never this is a gigantically wide can bucket. Cell block. Oh, I think you get like a grappling gun that you can like do those in the ground level or whatever later. Okay, let's go back to finding the, like I said before, the open world nature of the game is getting to me. I just need to follow the tobacco. Police officer? That's good. Me up. What's up, dude? How you feeling?
Batman, what's going on?
Guard.
The crazies are moving towards the medical facility. What's Joker doing?
The little short, fat
He's
dude,
trying
right?
to take over the island piece by piece.
Big JD Vance.
It looks like medical is his next target. Has anyone got out of the building?
I saw a doctor try and get out. He was torn apart. Throw it in the water. He never stood a chance.
You wait here. I'll be back.
Got it. Water is death because we didn't feel like setting up a different barricade.
Paging Dr. Howard, Dr. 5, Dr. Howard.
Wild country. Hey guys, have you seen any tobacco around here?
Get one!
Anyone seen the big bad hat? I warn you, he may look like an idiot and talk like an idiot, but don't let that fool you. Hit him again!
Going too fancy with this long. Idiot! I should just prioritize. What the? Homie went flying. Okay, tobacco. Well, yeah, I mean, they're big. But...
Hey,
Harley.
scram back!
Yes.
This is my me time.
Where's Gordon?
Wouldn't you like
I'm
to
over
know?
here.
Shut up!
Ah, you crazy bitch. Harley!
Whoa.
What's he doing here? It's too early.
I'm sorry, Puddin'. Don't be angry with me. Mwah!
Go, you little minx. I can never stay mad at you.
Sorry, B-Man. You'll have to find another way. Goodbye now.
This way's blocked. Better search outside for another way in.
Okay. I thought it was interesting. Oh yeah, there they are. Okay. They're not as short as I thought they were. Maybe I'm thinking of that like, what do you call it? Willy Wonka remake with Tim Burton. So Joker looks exactly like Joker does in this game. Purple suit, chain, makeup exactly the same, hair pretty much exactly the same. Obviously the styling is a little different, but then Harley is like, that doesn't look like what Harley looks like. Harley looks very different right now. Like it almost seems like I'm like using Zaz is counting on you finding this. Counting on you finding this. Zaz is the guy that cuts himself. Wait. This button. Okay. Looking up to see if I see any big clocks anywhere.
Hello, I'm Warden Idiot. Just let me welcome you to your new home. Here in Idiot Asylum, we have just one rule. You'll never leave us.
Not a lighthouse keeper. Okay. Keep hitting the wrong button again. Anyway, another way to get into the facility. Well, I'm on top of its roof. Can I climb here? I sure can. Spacious roof. Hey, look, a way in. That wasn't so hard. This button. Gel trigger. And then bumper to explode.
I just want everyone to know that I really appreciate...
Mm-hmm. Then that's a real good boss. Affirmation.
I want all the doctors rounded up. Search every inch of the medical building. I mean it. Search every room, every office, and every trash can. If another doctor tries to run and get out of the building, then you won't. I'll just flood the rooms with happy gas and leave you to die.
Sometimes they like heavily capitalize, like the see-saw. It's like, okay, got it, see-saw. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, small room. Nothing weird in here. Just visuals. Keep going. Uh-oh. The one way goes down. And the other way kind of goes down in a different way. Ah. A thing. I mean, the whole idea of giving somebody a riddle and then being mad when they solve it, it's like, bro, like, that's the whole point of a riddle. I don't know why you could ever be pressed that someone solved a riddle that you gave them. That's the whole point of giving them a riddle. Wait, did I go the wrong way? I did. I have a terrible sense of direction. Okay. And now this way goes straight down. Okay, upgrade. It won't get rid of that thing. I don't really care about batarangs or combo points right now. I can either do extra armor, but I'll do throw, because that sounds fun. Yeet 'em.
Get off of me!
Shut it! Get down there with the others!
TikTok, all caps. Newsflash, something. I couldn't read it, you son of a bitch.
Why does he need the doctors?
I've got to save them.
Well, is this a mental place and they could be mistreating the patients? If they're unethical doctors? Interesting. So. Open. Got it. Oh, people with guns around here. I should be careful. Got it. Floor grate. Got it. Yeah, the trophies are just kind of like... What was it? Grand Theft Auto 3 had hidden packages. So they wanted to give you something to fill up all the extra game time. And I'm like, if I literally stumble across them, I'll do it. If I see a small puzzle right in front of me, I might look at it and go, I can do this. But if not, I'm not going to like obsess over each and every one and write them all down and look for them. If they happen, they happen. Can I just leave? Leave.
I won't let innocent people die.
Oh, I didn't realize people were dying in here. Let's see. What the? They said, what do they need the doctors for? But I didn't know there was... Oh, I guess there's doctors in there. Good thing this grate is obscured. What? Now surely they won't kill the doctors. That didn't go right.
I'll cover the door!
Dr. Bat, Paging Dr. Bat. Is there a Dr. Bat in the room?
I hate hospitals. Always gives me the creeps.
Wait here. It's not safe yet.
Wait, they see me?
What happened to you? Anyone got a plan? Shut up and keep looking. Leave him here. Spread out and find the bat.
I can grab you from above. But you're not right where I need you. I can hang?
I don't want to worry you boys, but I think he may be in there with you.
What kind of hospital is this? Looks more like a torture.
Good observation.
I'm at the door. Nothing here.
I don't think this counts as stealth.
Spread out. Find him.
Kablam! Pow, non-lethal. Don't worry, non-lethal. CTE is not my problem. Non-lethal.
Man down. Man down. Is anyone gonna help me? Hello? I need help here. Get away from me. Get away.
What the? Keep hitting him. Alright, there we go. I'll put some input.
Hello? Is there a doctor in the house?
I thought I could glide mid-glide.
I seem to have a pile of
Kick
wounded
him.
henchmen that need medical attention.
The room's
But you know
clear.
what?
You're
It
safe
worked.
now.
You're safe now. I can walk over, riddle the bullets. Don't worry, I'm playing on normal. What the fuck? Like a salt. Don't worry, you're safe. Don't worry. Y'all got like keys or something?
Batman, over here!
I'm right here.
I don't know what happened. 1 minute we were doing our evening rounds, and the next, armed thugs burst into the room and took us hostage.
Did they have anyone with them?
They took someone into the elevator. I couldn't tell who it was.
They
Was he
obviously
unreasonably
didn't want to be
jacked?
followed. The elevator appears to have been powered down. You're going to be okay here.
We'll be fine.
What about the others? We heard gunfire. They could be dead. We should go and help.
Oh no, I forgot. Dr. Kellerman was in the patient observation room, and Dr. Chen went to surgery.
And Dr. Young went to X-ray.
Okay, stay here. I'll find the other doctors.
I'm here, Mike. Hold still. I'll get you free.
You okay? We're safe.
Thank God. Okay, they're helping those people out. That looks like a bad place to be. Locate. Young, Kellerman, Chen. Okay, okay. Okay, got it. I didn't, yep. Door locked. Did anybody go to reception? I don't think so. Oh. Which one's this? Surgery, X-ray, and observation. X-ray room? Somebody went to the X-ray room.
A happy patient is a quiet patient.
Let me introduce you all to the sterling work of our new head of research, Dr. Penelope Young. Since joining our team 2 years ago, Arkham is now at the forefront of research into understanding the human mind.
Good afternoon, Arkham. Let's talk about the mind. How can such a complex entity be understood and eventually treated when it breaks? How indeed. Project Titan's goal is to create a test bed to fully probe our...
That's Dr.
Yeah, he can operate.
Our goal is to cure the more unfortunate.
Is he okay?
An award winner.
When you or someone they are safe and undergoing the finest care available.
I don't notice the Alfred voice when it comes over.
Healthcare packages can be found at the front desk or at www.arkhamcare.com/prices.
I have done exactly as you asked.
Look, you think I can?
Oh,
Stop
that's
the
like a
whining and
cat.
listen good. If anyone goes near you without Joker's express permission,
There's not
then
supposed to be a
I've been ordered
penis
to make
bone.
sure you are taken out ASAP.
That
Looks like you're a
is
bargaining chip.
cat.
Tell you,
Whoa.
boss is
Okay, well,
all
now
over this job.
who knows what
Planned
it is.
like a military operation.
I didn't realize the physics
Friends
engine
on
was
the
that
inside
advanced.
and out.
I am quite aware that this job, as you call it, requires friends. What I want to know is why you chose me. Did Joker specify me? Why don't you let me talk to him? I'm sure we can settle this.
Lady, if I have to tell you once more, I
Oh,
am
look.
going to hurt you. You understand? Shut the hell up. He'll
Yeah.
talk to you. Till then, keep that trap of yours zipped.
Open sesame. Don't worry, Doctor. I'm here to save you. As like masonry is like.
She's dead. Someone tell Joker.
Too easy. Played you like a violin and cut your strings. 99.
Okay, there's more than one wall. Clearly, I see. This is where you learn to do more than one wall.
Stop your whining and listen good. If anyone goes near you without Joker's express permission,
Noted.
I've been ordered to make
I learned
sure
that
you are
lesson
taken
the
out
hard. Well, she learned the lesson more
like
than
you're
I
a bargaining chip. Gotta tell you, the boss is all over this job. Planned like a military
did. There's
operation.
a wall here.
Friends on the inside and
I am quite aware that this job, as you call it, requires friends. What I want to know is why you chose me. Did Joker specify me? Why don't you let me talk to him? I'm sure we can
There it
settle
is.
once more, I am going to hurt you. You understand?
Very light-footed.
Shut the hell up.
Man.
Boss wants
All right, now we're good.
Till then, keep that trap of yours zipped.
This button. This button.
Please, no! No!
Don't worry. It's okay. Upgrade available. Wow.
What's going on? They were talking like they were in control. Is it true that Joker escaped?
Unfortunately, yes. But not for long.
I'd been studying Joker's case for months when he broke out. The warden was very specific he wanted Joker cured.
Bad publicity will affect his campaign for mayor.
That'll be the least of it. God, I almost forgot. They said they were moving through the facility, hunting down the other doctors.
Don't worry, Doctor. I rescued you first, and now I'll search the other rooms. You wait here. It's dangerous out there.
Yeah.
There are still more medical staff that need my help.
Wait. Oh, that's the way.
And move slowly to their accommodation.
Wait, what? No, this is definitely the dead end. Okay, yeah. Each room is its own thing. I thought you were saying, like, I shouldn't be leaving. They need my help. Oh.
We represent all
the lady that...
and offer a
She does the voices...
medical, surgical, diagnostic, and wellness programs. High quality of care, coupled with Arkham Asylum's convenient location, have ensured we are voted the #1 facility in the entire state. Times have changed at this establishment, and through our pioneering techniques, we believe that anyone can be cured. Welcome
I forget,
to Arkham Asylum.
I don't think her name is Susie.
Our staff
That was like
are here
the
to help
character's
you.
name.
When Amadeus Arkham built this fine
Okay.
institution,
Left.
few would have believed it could be the premier psychiatric evaluation and rehabilitation center it has become. Everyone knows the stories of the various so-called super criminals who've been treated here, but that is only half the story. Our low security wings offer normal but troubled individuals a safe haven for recovery. An extensive breakdown of our costs and healthcare packages can be found at the front desk or at www.arkhamcare.com/prices. We accept most major HMOs. Our website contains everything you need to know about our facility and how we can help you. Did you know that the children area on the site can provide you with a detailed but discreet psychiatric profile of your problem offspring? Times have changed at this establishment, and through our pioneering techniques,
little boys are always ladies usually.
That means son of a bitch.
We represent all medical specialties
Hey, what's up?
and offer a wide range of medical, surgical, and wellness programs.
Look out! If I'm going slow-mo, you're fucked.
Coupled with Arkham Asylum's convenient location, we are voted the #1 facility in the entire state. Arkham Asylum is a 500-bed psychiatric.
Y'all didn't hear that, right?
Boss, it's done. The room is full. It's the bat!
No, Batman! Oh, God! Holy shit. The hyperextension and then...
I heard someone shouting and found the doc lying on the floor. When I went to help him, the room was flooded with gas. These doors locked down. We can't get out. Don't know how long we can last.
How brave. Let's give Mr. Cash a great big hand. He could use one.
You'll be
Joker,
laughing
that's
out of your
ableist.
butt when I get out of here.
Lighten up, Holmes. I'm just messing with you.
Can't wait to return the favor.
Leave it, Cash. Can you control the ventilation system in there?
Drag. No go. Disable. Joker's filled the room with gas and we're trapped in here. I can sit in here all night, but the doc over there ain't looking too good.
Oh, the guy hanging. Okay, they don't want me to go there. There's just a wall there. For some reason. They're not dead, so I'm assuming that getting to that box is safe. Oh my god, so fast. Gotta wait? Oh my god. Oh wait, I can just do it like this.
Batman, I don't know if you can hear this. Board's showing power to fan 1.
Dead? Please, I don't want to fall in the gap.
I guess that's where you cut the rope and he dies. No. Right, escape. I thought I grabbed onto the ledge by holding A. Slide. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Where I can go investigate. That's deadly gas. This is not.
Power to fan 2. He's doing it, Doc. We'll be out of here soon. Stay cool.
Joker never said anything about this part of the plan.
Yeah, the guy's got some incredible upper body strength. Just holding himself up. It's like holding a, what do you call it? A plank for like forever. Seems kind of fucked up.
I can't let that man die. I have to clear the room of toxin as quickly as possible.
As quickly as possible. I'm really trying here, guys. you have to do that in order to break the hole.
Surprise! Batman arrives just in the nick of time. Next time, Cash, I'll just shoot you and be done with it.
What, do you have to drop the guy into the room? He's unconscious. They're looking at his penis. Totally fine. Yeah. I mean, the dude is like a fucking... just a giant pile of muscle and meat. So.
I don't know. If we lock him up,
he definitely would break the roof. He fell on it.
If I just had 1 minute alone with that animal.
Anything good in here? Tape.
Patient interview 21. Patient's name is Edward Nigma, also known as the Riddler. So, Edward, Warden Sharp tells me you've been leaving threatening riddles scrawled on the asylum walls. Again.
One would have to be severely paranoid to read threats into harmless riddles, Dr. Young. May I test you with one?
Very well.
What is it that walks on 4 legs, then 2 legs, and finally 3 legs?
A human being. As a baby it crawls on 4 legs, as an adult it walks on 2, and in later years it uses a cane.
Good try. But the answer to all 3 is a baby. True, it crawls on all 4s, but cut off its legs and it can only wiggle on 2 limbs. Give it a crutch, it can hobble around on 3. You see?
It's horrible. How can you even joke about that?
Easily, Doctor. It's not my baby.
Yeah, that's like a dead baby jokes are like big in the 2000s when you were like still going through puberty. It is raining like crazy. Oh. It was raining, but then I was hearing extra drips. I was like, what's going on? But it was easy.
There is still medical staff needing my help.
Yeah, I know, but I gotta go here.
Will all patients please remain calm and move slowly to their accommodation?
Oh, I'm not sure I can keep it a secret any longer. I've got 2 old friends coming to the party. One of them is just terrified you'll leave without saying hello. The other, well, let's just say he's going to be as surprised to see you as you will be to see him.
When Amadeus Arkham built this fine institution,
a trophy.
You would have believed it would be the premier psychiatric evaluation and rehabilitation center it has become. Everyone knows the stories of the various so-called supercriminals who've been treated here, but that is only half the story. Our low security wings offer normal but troubled individuals a safe haven for recovery. We represent all medical specialties and offer a wide range of medical, surgical,
That Tommy Elliott operates Arkham. Can it be true? Rumors. Shush. Can it be true? What's up, Doc? You good?
Batman!
Don't speak. You're safe now.
But it's a trap!
I know. Just not for me.
It's true. You really are the world's greatest detective. How did you do that, Bats? Oh, what the hell? Get down there, boys. See if he can detect being punched in the face.
What happened? Wait, I get to throw these guys. I have to look at my hands to see what the buttons are.
What are you waiting for? April Fool's Day? Get down there now!
Kind of. Storming at the doctor is kind of fucked up.
Don't get too full of yourself, Bats. I'm just softening you up. Think of this as a preview to the main event. You'll see.
One button's all it took?
I'm sorry. I tried to tell you. I couldn't speak.
Relax, you're safe now. I can handle these low-life thugs.
Save all doctors. Return. Woo. Wait. There's gotta be something in there. Weird. This button. I just figured this was important. Only afterward did I see Elliot's name was even on it. I guess I need a code or something? Whatever. Don't really care.
Welcome to Arkham Asylum. Our staff are here to help you.
I got ringside seats for dinner. Holly Green. Oh, I can't wait.
Gun attack.
Isn't quiet. Welcome to Arkham Asylum. Our staff are here to help you. When Amadeus Arkham built this fine institution, few would have believed.
I can read them. I just need to... What's this? Unblockable instant takedown after receiving a score of 8. That's pretty good. What's the other, what's the goop one? Goop gun. Selective. Yeah. Oh. Temporarily incapacitates target. I mean, I do. Like when they add in all the, oh my god.
It could be the premier psychiatric evaluation and rehabilitation center it has become. Everyone knows the stories of the various so-called super criminals who've been treated here, but that is only half the story. Our low security wings offer normal but troubled individuals a safe haven.
That job is not like normal.
An extensive breakdown of our costs and healthcare packages can be found at the front desk.
Then when we go back to the main room.
Or at www.arkhamcare.com/prices. We accept most major HMOs.
Yo, what up?
Did you find them? Are they okay?
Yes, they're safe now.
Batman, we've got another problem.
I need to get back to the mansion. All my research notes are there. We can't risk Joker getting his hands on them.
It's not safe, Doctor. The
Well, what
island's
do
a
you do with
war
the
zone.
notes?
You won't stand a chance.
It's my life's work. You really don't have the authority to.
I'll get her there, Batman. You ask me, it's about time for a little payback.
I don't like it, but... Who called the elevator?
Wasn't us. It's coming from the lower floor.
Cash, take Dr. Young. Get her notes and then find somewhere safe to hold up. Everyone else, go to the observation room. Barricade yourselves in.
Go upstairs, he's in here somewhere. Spread out.
Three, huh? That it?
Look, I found someone over here. Wake up! Do you hear me? Wake up!
It'll definitely fuck me up if I jump on both.
What are we gonna do now? We've gotta find him, or we're next. You hear me? Batman, can you hear me? Show
These
yourself.
Glide kicks seem to be noisy.
I hate hospitals. Ain't hospital supposed to be clean? This place stinks.
Silent. Punched him right in the ass. Got it. Thanks for calling the elevator. Now I can go down to a different floor.
Too easy. Oh, think about it. I've got you trapped in a little metal box.
That used to be my dream, I guess.
Precariously over a deadly drop. What say I just blow the emergency brakes and drop you like a sack of puppy?
Not boss specifically. Like, I used to think about, like,
Good night, bats.
it'd be cool to, like, own property and then you just make money on the rent. Sick.
Got a few more surprises in store for you. Prepare to face your fears. All of them.
Well, this can't be good.
There is no crane.
They're all over me!
Only Scarecrow.
Get me out of here, please, someone!
Ooh, it looks like the good doctor has started.
Take your hat off to
Your
Harley.
appointment is for hours. I'm sure you'll be buzzed through when he's ready. Tell me, Bats, what are you really scared of? Failing to save this cesspool of a city? Not finding the commissioner in time? Me in a thong?
Damn, he's built different. You can just crank it. Wrong button.
Please, help me, Batman! No!
I'm not hallucinating. The camera angle is not all canted. Wait, I can open something. Oh, please. My eyes are glowing. It's funny you say that about the Batman being like what they were trying to get away from all this time. Because I've always, back when I played this, when this shit first came out, I was like, oh, this is just straight up Batman, the way it's supposed to be.
I'm sorry, Jim.
Barbara, I'm sorry. I was too late.
I'm sorry. The number you've dialed isn't available. Please leave a message after the tone.
Barbara, are you there?
Please hang up your phone.
I'll kill the killer. Ow. More. Hats off to Harley. I believe he's dead. Why am I still tracking this back? I think I'm being told to get out of here. I guess I'll get out of here. Oh my god, I can't get out of here. I wasn't expecting that exactly. What? My dad.
Father should have stood up to his son. Like a man.
I was a boy. Mom?
Mom?
Help us, Bruce! Don't let us die!
But they broke your necklace. That's like a big part of the memory. Gordon? Bro, if Scarecrow's there, you know you're gonna see your parents. Like, that's basically his number one thing. Huh. This is kind of cool. This is different. Reminds me of the mailman level of
One little bat, you're in my world now.
This must have been where they're like, wait, we can make a game that's 2D.
Are you scared, little bat? Do you need your mom? There you are. And at the end of fear, oblivion.
A theater kid. I'm being dumb.
You failed. Now suffer.
No, I already failed. Please. Play smart. Jump up yet.
You cannot escape my gaze. You will die here.
You're pretty.
I'll get you now.
When I immediately failed and threw the battery instead of pulling out the other gadget, reset. Noted for next time. I think my nightmare gives me a few extra tries. Oh, I turned into a Scarecrow for a second. Now it's easy to tell.
What are you doing, little bat?
I'm not afraid of you. News.
What was that?
Silent killer of oceans, found in a tiny jar. Jar.
Can you hear me? Bruce, what's going on?
Oracle, I'm okay.
What happened? I lost contact. Are you sure you're all right? Have you found my dad?
I'm fine. Had a little run-in with Scarecrow, slowed me down. I'll get back to you in a bit.
You are performing just below my predicted expectations. At this rate, you'll never beat me.
Nose? The great white shark. Oh, that's an ear? A finger? And a nose and lips together? I'm not really sure what that's supposed to be. Honestly. Okay, I'll just... Okay. Alright, then I'll... Okay, and then... Yep, and there we go. Perfect.
It wasn't Gordon. Crane's gas must have affected me more than I thought.
It's just some other dead guy.
Little bat. Having trouble figuring out what's real and what's just a figment of your twisted little mind? Same here. Just roll with it, bats. It gets easier once you get in. It really does.
Oh, what the?
I'm a piece
No more tricks. Just one last puzzle and you can have one. A little more.
I sure do hope those were enemies and not just like random doctors. Predictable detour, I should have realized. Shortcut only unlocked after beating the section. Okay. Open.
Your precious police commissioner is just through the glass. Take a look.
Is this bear a bane of his life?
Instructions to kill the old man if any of my guys even think you're in the room. They're patrolling down there. I've told them all you're on the way. So here's the deal. If you can find a way to get to Harley without anyone realizing, I'll give you your next present. Fail, and the old Carter dies.
Bear, got it.
Oh,
I may even give you Harley. It looks like you could use a new sidekick.
10% of the riddle solved already? Wow. Quietly. We stealthing. Dirt.
Joker's not messing. He wants the old man kept safe from Batman. If anyone gets near him, and it won't be me carrying the can.
No problem. Nothing's getting past me. Batman'll be a dead man, and I'll be famous.
Whatever. Get over there and keep looking. Now go!
Remember, you even smell a man in tights and Harley kills the old man.
Oh, I gotta stay quiet. Got it. Otherwise, Barb will be pissed at me. I don't like that you can't drag the body.
Batbrain yet? No? Not surprised. He's chicken. Mr. J has won again.
So come on, you're made of muscle. You can drag that guy.
You'll be caught, Quinn. Caught and locked up.
Down.
Harley's got the old man up top. You see the bat or anyone else skulking around, he dies.
My man has got like, he's nearsighted.
When Mr. J kills Batman, we're gonna get married. It's gonna be so
married. It's a fun accent.
You know, you really should color that hair of yours. All that gray makes you look so old.
What the hell is
Keep
this?
your trap shut. You won't get away with this.
Must be Bane? I hear a lot of like tubes and breathing apparatuses.
Listen up, boys. The commissioner's just dying for one of you to spot the bat freak. You do. Harley offs the old man. I've got a shiny prize for the one who sees him first.
Take down. Oh,
You took longer than I thought. He's out of control. He's trying to prove something. I'm not sure I can stop him this time.
You'll do it. Batman, listen. We're not alone. He's got something else down there. I don't know what it is.
What a blabbermouth! Spoiling the surprise.
Be quiet.
Oh, am I getting to you? Am I? Good. You're going to love this next bit.
It wants Dr. Young's login.
Never mind that. Get behind me, now. Bane.
I thought he broke out of Blackgate.
Cut me down.
Who did this to you?
Dr. Young, the Bruja. She drained the venom from my blood. Must stop her.
Sorry, Has-Bane. The good doctor won't be a problem much longer. How do you like my puppet? What say we cut him down?
Gordon, run!
The other guy is big. Slow motion is incredibly.
Need a little help, eh? Little faded. What?
Don't let him hit you, idiot! Get him!
Huh? Where'd that come from? You alright?
Batman, you okay?
I'm fine, Jim. Where's Quinn?
Gone. Must have gotten loose while Bane was throwing you around.
Whoa,
we need to get you off the island.
Relax.
I'm not a rookie. I can handle myself. I will break you, Batman! Then the Bruja!
No, Bane. This time I break you!
Doesn't kill anybody, by the way. I mean, that's kind of what I'm used to seeing out of Batman, which is like excessive force that somehow doesn't kill somebody.
Jim, get back to the mainland. It's too dangerous here.
I don't like leaving you here.
Radio claims he's planted bombs all over Gotham. Gotham will panic. You're needed there.
We're ready to go now, sir.
Gotham will panic.
Bane called Dr. Young
Don't
Bruja.
tell them about the bombs.
What does it mean?
They'll come in every weekend.
It's Spanish.
Hatch them up.
For which?
It'll take 8 months for us to do it, and no one needs to know about it.
Oracle, go through the city's computers. Pull up all you can find on Dr. Young. I'll go through anything you find once I get to the cave.
A bat cave on Arkham Island?
I built it years ago. It's best to plan ahead for situations like this.
How'd you manage to keep this a secret?
It's me, remember?
So do you
think Dr. Young's been experimenting with venom? The same chemical that turns Bane into that animal?
Yes, I'm worried. Bane seemed even more powerful than usual. Joker wants the venom, and that can only be trouble.
I'm heading to Dead Man's Point in Arkham North. I'll contact you once I'm in the Batcave.
Oh. I didn't even unlock those. I didn't really use them. Didn't really have much reason to, though. Yeah, different tactical bombs, whatever. I think my health is fine. Sure. Whoa! Okay. Impressive. Impressive. Oh my. I see. All these glowing doors. It must be like loadings to different zones. Hey guys. Intense music for a fight that's very over. Are there guys like chasing me or something? Like, what's this? Excessive there, Batman. Okay.
What's the deal with Dead Man's Point? It's been a favorite suicide location in Arkham Island for over 100 years.
Yeah, I know. I once saved an unfortunate inmate from leaping off into the rocks below. I found a cave entrance, and over the years have moved a number of supplies here. It's a regular home away from home.
Now I see it, now you don't. I see it, you don't. I see. You don't. Like a camera? It's the bat. You okay, buddy? What the hell? Was there a thing here? Oh, okay. That was a looked up earlier. Thought I broke a hole in the wall. I was like, oh, sick. Pray. And impressive.
So, you have given in and taken my map. I hope it proves useful.
What's the book here? Security camera footage. AD no. Can go up here. Thanks, that. I see you partially protected, huh? Partially, huh? Well, it's over there, whatever it is. Interesting. The height that I was taking it from seemed to matter more. That or it was scanning over top of something. Confusing. Okay, that's not geometry you can climb for sure. I was thinking maybe there could be something in that little hole. Well, shucks.
Take patient interview 17. Joker remains uncooperative. My earlier diagnosis remains true. I believe he enjoys his persona too much.
What's up, Doc?
Today I thought we'd try something different.
Oh, you make me blush, Doc. I have a girlfriend.
Dr. Quinzel, I know. I've seen the tapes. I saw what happened.
What can I say? I'm a charmer.
Anyway, I thought it would be good to talk about your childhood.
Oh, ever heard of romance, Doc? I don't give up the goods for free. You'll have to try harder.
What are you hiding?
Didn't you hear me? You scratch my back, Doc, and, well, I won't have you wrapped in plastic and left in a gutter.
Yeah. He's got the Riz. Oh, they got it on both sides, huh? They all great.
Of course you found that one easy. You were supposed to.
Alright, guys. Let's fight.
Let's finish this.
Take that.
You're gonna...
I think I said vitiligo. Interesting choice. Somebody's got a gun. Better sneak up on him. Kill him.
It's the bat!
Got him. What are those spikes? Is that like skin or? Ooh, maybe I. Okay, well, you're probably dead, but still.
Well, look who it is.
Yeah, big bad Batman. Come on, tough guy. Come and get us.
Oh, look at him. Stuck out there. Ain't you got a cat to rescue from a tree or something?
That's right. Go on, get lost. We're in control. Joker will finish you off.
I thought they'd at least get a kick out of me getting his ass. I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. Ah. The legacy has been well and truly buried. I mean, I I guess buried is more important. Their graveyard. This is a good shot.
That was one of the easy ones.
Yeah, you didn't even hide it, dude. You just left it out here. Why do I feel like there was something here before? I have a vivid memory of like dying at this drop. Weird. I'll show up later. A big pile of dirt dug up. Can't go in there because I'm not allowed in yet. Ah, tombstones. Great. Maybe an important tombstone.
I'd have solved all the puzzles by now.
Huh. This seems kind of ominous just to be pulled up with a gigantic coffin. You're not even hiding these anymore. You just...
A challenge completed. Can you do more?
I'm probably not even supposed to be here. I'm saying. Analyze. Yeah, what the hell is this? Hmm? I always have that completionist shit. I want to explore and check off all the boxes. I see it. You don't. Whoa. Okay, cave entrance. Oh. Maybe we'll get to the Bat Cave and see if that's a good place to end it. I know it's kind of late for you. Oh, easy. Cave, huh? I'm going the very wrong way. Spin around entirely and run this direction. Straight. Okay, well, around minor obstacles, but straight. Straight. I thought I could get around the building, but okay, straight. Yep. In this little garden. Oh, that's right, because there was this thing on the fence here. Okay. Fine. I was here earlier. It just didn't come down. Fuck, man. I wasn't really following the map, though. I was just kind of looking for shit. Well, that's a real hidden one there.
As Gotham's veins slowly filled with pain and suffering, the effects were felt everywhere. My father fell first. infected by some foul disease. My mother lived on, but only in a dream. I returned to the family home to care for her, where she remained in her bed for as long as her body continued to breathe. Her tears kept me awake at night.
They're pretty cryptic. What the? Oh. I thought that was gonna be like a whole thing. Like, nah, just rip it open. Just get that sucker open. I tackled that head on. Hey, that's skulls, man. Shouldn't you be like, hey, where did these skulls come from? You don't just collect, like, 20 skulls like it's nothing in one pile, bro. That's crazy. The site of frequency decided to be like one of the worst places.
Disabling countermeasures. Security
it's gonna bring attention and people and investigations all around this spot. I feel like that's not a good spot, but maybe if it's so spooky, people will avoid it, like the Suicide Forest. But then you don't have Logan Paul showing up. On.
Dr. Young was heading up a project. It was big, lots of external funding. Here are the last notes she filed. I can't make sense of it. What does it mean?
Looks like she was experimenting on the Arkham patients. This new chemical only barely resembles the original Venom compound.
There are a number of changes that appear to amplify the strength of the drug. Multiple references to a Titan formula. Even a small amount could trigger a Venom-like transformation in the host, eliminating the need for the storage tank Bane requires.
Hang on. These notes aren't complete. The formula is missing. That must be the secret Dr. Young is hiding. If Joker gets his hands on this, he will create an army of 1,000 Banes.
My God. Is Joker crazy enough to do that? What am I saying? You've got to stop him.
What the hell? Is it the tug and pull one? Yeah.
I'm going after her. She was heading to the mansion with Cash. I'm going up top via the catacombs.
All right. I thought there'd be more exposition here, but... I assume it's safe. I think we're good. I've completed 14%. So another day would be 30. That's also 100% completed, which is very different than just the game. Ugh. Okay. I'm gonna try to message people from my DSA chapter about the thing on Saturday, I believe. Right? So tonight, I definitely want to stream again. I don't want to have another weekend where I miss days or whatever. So we still have plenty of things we can. I have plenty of stuff on my React list still from today, if not easy to add more stuff for tomorrow. But we can keep mixing it up with the gaming and stuff. Hopefully the game's not too boring. It can get a little repetitive or whatever. And I do appreciate the longer conversations that we end up having. But maybe other people are busy on the weekends or whatever also. It's flexible. It's not like there's like a giant audience that we need to cater towards. So, yeah. Looks like the viewer count dropped off. Maybe it's gaming is a curse after all. No. Well, yeah. I mean, talking and ranting is fine. Yeah. I meant like the game can take my attention away, so then it's harder to have a longer conversation about stuff. And usually videos will give me things to give my perspective on, or remind me of a life experience, or make me think about something that I didn't think about before, and then try and talk through it, right? It comes up less often, although it can come up often in universe, whatever, right? Where it's like, oh, look, here's a silly thing from this DC universe, this poor adaptation, or even, faithful to the actual universe. And then I can make me think about something or not. So not opposed to it, just saying. Anyway, I got a couple of things to make sure I get done and get finished up. And then I'll be back tonight / tomorrow morning, however you want to calculate it. So get something done off your list. It feels cringe to have a catchphrase or something, but we'll try it. Anyway, bye-bye. Bye-bye.